Chapter 12:23. Long Fei walked over to Han Yunxi and the rest. Seeing little Tang Tang crying, he frowned and asked coldly, "What happened just now?" He hated it when children cried, except for his own. After Rui grew up, other than crying when he was carried, he basically didn't cry at all. He hadn't heard a child cry in a long time. As soon as Long Fei spoke, little Tang Tang snuggled into her father's arms and cried softly. She was scared to death, but she couldn't help sneaking glances at her uncle. Just a glance and she immediately hid again. The child was just playing. Rur pushed Tang Tang down and even stuffed a handkerchief into her mouth to make a fuss, Han Yunxi explained with a smile. Tang Li had already complained to her on the way here. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was right or wrong in this kind of thing? The two children were still so young and didn't know what was right or wrong. She and Ningjing just treated it as a joke as Tang Li complained seriously. Hearing this, Long Fei's cold eyes flashed with a trace of amusement, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. He looked at his son and said sarcastically, "Then why are you running? You already have the ability to push people. Are you afraid of being beaten?" Han Yunxi and Ningjing could tell that Long Fei was mocking his son. Little Rui looked at his father innocently and didn't say a word. Tang Tang won't hit anyone. The little girl is very smart. She chased after Rui and shouted to make a fuss. Han Yunxi laughed. Rui's cute eyes were filled with resentment. It was bad enough that his mother wasn't protecting him, but she was praising others. But despite his resentment, little Rui still hugged his mother's neck tightly and refused to let go. Seeing this, Long Fei couldn't help laughing. He rubbed Rui's little head and said sternly, "Don't push people next time." Unexpectedly, Tang Li became cocky. He chuckled and said, "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Brother, look, it's still more sensible to have a daughter." Little Tang Tang only used her mouth, but Rui really did it. Tang Li's words hit the nail on the head. He burst out laughing. Long Fei wanted to shut Tang Li up when Rui suddenly said, "Make way." Rui didn't quite understand what the adults were talking about, but he could roughly guess what they meant. He was too lazy to talk at first, but when he saw that his noisy uncle, Tang Li, kept talking non-stop, he knew that his father was annoyed. If he didn't clear his name, who knew if Imperial Father would find him to settle the score? There was only one way for Imperial Father to find him, and that was to throw him to Granny Zhao and not let him sleep with Imperial Mother. Before anyone understood what Rui meant by make way, Long Fei looked satisfied. He said to Tang Li, "Our son is sensible and knows to give way to a girl." In other words, if Rui didn't give way to little Tang Tang, would she have chased him to this extent? She might have chased him out long ago. If it was in the past, Tang Li wouldn't dare to argue with his brother. But it was different now. He had a precious daughter. No matter what, he couldn't let his precious daughter be taken advantage of. He immediately retorted, "A daughter is more sensible than a son. She was just teasing her brother and didn't take it seriously." In other words, if little Tang Tang was serious, she wouldn't have chased him in such a big circle. She would have caught up and shouted at little Rui's ear. Tang Li was a child slave and was especially protective. Long Fei was strict with Rui on the surface and didn't spoil him at all, but in fact, he loved him dearly. How could he not be protective? Thus, the two brothers took turns to defend their child. Han Yunxi and Ningjing looked at each other and smiled, tacitly remaining silent. Although little Tang Tang buried her head in her father's arms, she was listening attentively to the conversation between her father and her eldest uncle. She could basically understand the literal meaning of the conversation, but she didn't understand the hidden meaning. Therefore, she was especially confused. She didn't understand why these two adults had to argue for so long over the same meaning. As for little Rui, he couldn't even understand the literal meaning. He leaned on his mother's shoulder and tilted his head to look at his father with a confused expression. He realized that his father was a lot more talkative today. Although he didn't like talkative people, his father was definitely an exception. His father was much more amiable when he was talkative. Long Fei Yi and Tang Li argued until the end. Long Fei Yi said, "As an older sister, you naturally have to be sensible." In other words, little Rui was the younger brother, and it was already very nice of him to give in. This time, Tang Li was immediately speechless. Little Tang Tang was the older sister, and no matter how much she argued with little Rui, it would be wrong. After all, little Rui was still young, about a year younger than little Tang Tang. Tang Li looked unwilling. Long Fei Yi turned to Rui and said, "In the future, you still have to give in to your older sister and take care of her, okay?" In the end, Tang Li was defeated. Little Tang Tang had stopped crying, but he lifted her up high to play with her. "Come, come, come. Give your imperial uncle a smile. My daughter's smile is so sweet." As soon as little Tang Tang was lifted up, she immediately giggled again. Little Rui had already covered his ears and lazily laid on his mother's shoulder. He didn't want to play such a childish game. At this moment, Tang Li suddenly tossed little Tang Tang high into the air. Han Yunxi was shocked. Little Rui also hurriedly got up and looked in disbelief. Little Tang Tang wasn't afraid and even laughed even louder. This game seemed very exciting. Little Rui looked and unknowingly put his thumb into his mouth and sucked on it with relish. That pair of big innocent eyes also blinked. Others didn't know, but Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi were very clear about this little guy's habit. Whenever he saw someone or something that moved him, he would suck on his thumb. He was very proud and wouldn't take the initiative to ask, but his thoughts were written all over his face and actions. Han Yunxi didn't dare to bring her son to play such a dangerous game. She would cry herself to death if she didn't catch him after being thrown so high. In fact, Long Fei Yi wanted to play more than Rui, but he endured it. If Rui cried as soon as he caught him, it would be too embarrassing if Tang Li and the others misunderstood that Rui cried because he was scared by being thrown up high. In the end, Long Fei Yi turned back to the tea room with an expressionless face. Seeing that his imperial father had also left, Rui looked pitifully at his imperial mother, clearly wanting her to play with him. Little Rui's eyes were very similar to Long Fei Yi's, but there was a naivety and pitifulness in them that Long Fei Yi never had. Han Yunxi had no way to resist such eyes and stares. She and Long Fei Yi couldn't figure out why Rui was afraid of Long Fei Yi. They usually got along well, but it wasn't exactly rejection. He just didn't want to be hugged. Han Yunxi thought that it was rare for Rui to find a game he liked. Perhaps this would be an opportunity. She quickly carried Rui to the tea room and whispered patiently, "Rui, Imperial Father will play with you, okay?" Long Fei Yi understood Han Yunxi's intention and his attitude became gentler. He leaned closer and smiled at Rui. "Son, Daddy will play with you, okay?" The two words, Daddy, were closer than the two words, Imperial Father. Rui looked at him and didn't say anything for a long time. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi waited patiently while little Tang Tang played happily on the side. Her laughter filled the corridor. Rui seemed to be in deep thought for a long time before shaking his head. He walked to the side and sat down with his arms crossed in a dignified manner. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi were both annoyed and amused. They couldn't do anything about the little guy. For this matter, Granny Zhao had prayed to the gods and Buddha many times. She had even asked many fortune-tellers, but to no avail. In fact, it was better to ask Rui. It was a pity that Rui couldn't explain why he didn't want to be hugged by his father. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi could only wait until Rui was a little older and could express himself more accurately. Only then would they know the reason. "Kid, whenever you want Daddy to hug you, come over anytime." Long Fei Yi had said this countless times, but Rui just stared at him and didn't say anything. Soon, Tang Li and Ning Jing came over. Everyone said that daughters were their father's lovers in their previous lives, but Tang Li was treating his daughter as his little lover in this life. Even now, he was holding little Tang Tang in his arms. Even when they sat down to drink tea, he had his daughter sit on his lap. Not to mention Han Yunxi, even Ning Jing didn't have the chance to hug her. Tang Li held the tea and asked softly, "Daughter, do you want some?" Little Tang Tang nodded obediently. Tang Li became serious. "Here, just one sip. Children can't drink tea." "Yes, just one sip." The lively little Tang Tang was tired from playing and was as obedient as a little rabbit in her father's arms. She was very likable. Han Yunxi's heart melted. At this moment, she really wanted to have a daughter. As for Long Fei Yi, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Tang Li several times. Although he didn't say a word, his eyes more or less betrayed his heart. Tang Li carefully fed little Tang Tang a cup of tea and asked happily, "Is it good?" Little Tang Tang stuck out her tongue and shook her head. This was the first time someone complained that Long Fei Ye's tea didn't taste good. After all, the tea prepared by No. 7 Tea House was already very top-notch, but Long Fei Yi didn't like it and brought his own tea to brew. In the past, if someone dared to complain about Long Fei Ye's tea, Tang Li would be the first to stand up and laugh at them for not knowing what was good. However, the present was different from the past. Tang Li, who had a daughter, had completely abandoned his brother. He said, "Don't drink it if it doesn't taste good. Are you hungry?" Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi didn't argue, but Ning Jing's face darkened. "We just ate 2 hours ago. How can we be hungry? Go play somewhere else. The adults want to talk." Tang Li was really too much. Although they were close, he couldn't just leave Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi aside like this. Tang Li realized that he was too engrossed this time. He scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. He put little Tang Tang down and didn't forget to say, "Daughter, you have to tell me if you're hungry." Long Fei Yi looked at little Tang Tang, and then at little Ruer, who was sitting at the side and watching the snow. His gaze was really complicated. The two children played at the side, and the adults could finally sit down to drink tea and talk. Ning Jing was quiet. Tang Li, the talkative guy, almost unreservedly told them about the stupid things his father did. That's right, he ran away from home to complain. Chapter 12:24. The tea house was very quiet. Ning Jing hung her head as Tang Li complained in full detail. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi watched quietly. Although their expressions shifted, they didn't interrupt Tang Li. Little Tang Tang ran off to make a snowman. Little Ruer glanced at her before returning his attention to Tang Li. He listened intently, his expression the same as his father's. As for how much he understood, only he knew. When Tang Li finished, Han Yunxi slapped the table. "Ridiculous! Too ridiculous!" Long Fei Yi said, "Tang Li, does your father count as deceiving the sovereign?" Long Fei Yi hadn't received any reports from Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, but Tang Zijin dared to use his name to fabricate false rumors. If Ning Jing wasn't an understanding person, heaven knows what would happen if the news reached the Ning clan's ears. It does. It's the same as a false imperial decree, a serious crime. Tang Li huffed. Long Fei Yi gave a cold snort. "You can keep it. When he comes looking for you, Zhen will settle the score with him." Tang Li was waiting for Long Fei Yi to say those exact words. He would definitely send someone to spread Long Fei Yi's words back to the Tang clan so that Tang Zijin would hear them. Now it wasn't him, the son, who was threatening Tang Zijin, but Long Fei, the emperor himself. Tang Zijin only had two choices if he wanted him to go back. 1. He could stop forcing him to take concubines and go back willingly. 2. He could find Yuning and confess to his crime of deceiving the sovereign before discussing other matters later. Thrilled, he chuckled and said, "Big bro, as long as you take us in, I'm willing to work like an ox or a horse." Long Fei rolled his eyes and said coldly, "I'm not lacking." Ning Jing was also filled with gratitude. She explained, "Your Majesty, I acted on my own and used second-hand weapons. It was inappropriate. I hope the Tang clan was in charge of this matter in the first place. I only need to find cheap and easy-to-use weapons. Han Yunshi said seriously. Buying back second-hand weapons is an excellent idea. I'll have to reward the Tang sect during the Four Armies Conference after spring. Ningjing naturally understood Han Yunshi's good intentions. She swore to herself that she would take good care of Cloud Realm's weapons no matter what. She would never allow anything like this to feather her own pocket. As they chatted, the sky turned dark. Su Donglin had already cleared out all the servants and coachmen in the tea-house and replaced them with the servants they brought from Yuning. A palace maid came over to light the lamps and whispered in Han Yunshi's ear, "Your Majesty, Zhao Mama is almost done with the preparations. The banquet can begin in a while." On New Year's Eve, Han Yunshi had originally wanted Zhao Mama to prepare a family banquet so that the family of 3 could eat quietly and watch the fireworks. Now that Tang Li and the others were here, the banquet was still a family banquet, but it had to be livelier. On the way here, Han Yunshi had already given orders. Even little Tang Tang's rice had to be prepared separately. "You're all hungry, right? Let's go to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and try Zhao Mama's cooking," Han Yunshi said teasingly. However, Su Donglin came over at this time. "Master, I've investigated everything. The one surnamed Wu doesn't know Master and Your Majesty's identities, but Master offered a price several times higher than the Tang sect masters, so he went back on his word and wanted to chase the Tang sect master away. Moreover, this tea-house wasn't supposed to accept guests. It was the one surnamed Wu who wanted to stay here for the new year and make a profit of his own accord. That manager Wu was greedy for money and afraid of death, so he didn't need Su Donglin to interrogate him personally. His subordinates only needed to ask him a few questions before he confessed everything. As expected of an honored guest, Tang Li muttered to himself. He'd already offered a very high price, but who knew he'd run into a true moneybag? Long Feiyi had no interest in Manager Wu. Coldly, he asked, "What kind of divine being is his master?" "I did, but he doesn't know the origins of the owner. He said he's a handsome man who knows a lot about the Tao of tea. Many of the tea trees in the tea house were personally planted by the owner himself. If this was a few years ago, Long Feiyi would have a good understanding of the Tao of tea in Cloud Realm continent. But after so many years of hard work, he had no idea how many newcomers had joined the tea house." "Name and residence?" Long Feiyi asked next. Su Donglin shrugged his shoulders. "That one surnamed Wu doesn't know either. He said the owner invited him to take care of the tea house for a few months. Once spring comes, the owner will return." Han Yunshi interjected, "Tea houses 1 to 10 don't accept guests." "No, only tea house 7 doesn't accept guests. Supposedly, this tea house is the most secluded of all. The tea leaves here are the highest quality of all the tea houses," Su Donglin explained. Long Feiyi hadn't finished touring the entire tea house, but he'd seen plenty of tea trees along the way. Indeed, they were of the highest quality. Could it be that he's going to live here by himself? Han Yunshi wondered, as if suspecting something. "Go investigate clearly and find the owner. Just say Zhen wants to buy this tea house and have him name a price," Long Feiyi instructed. Tang Li immediately expressed his stance. "Brother, I'll stay here and help you take care of the tea house. I won't go back to Yuning with you." Long Feiyi replied with 4 words, "We don't accept guests." The reason why he'd spent so much money to reserve the entire tea house was because he didn't want anyone to disturb him. If it hadn't been his younger brother who'd come recently, he would have chased him away long ago. He'd bought this tea house to give to Han Yunshi to make up for the regret of not being able to accompany her to Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea for the new year. This tea house was the same as Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea. No guests would stay here in the future. Tang Li was incomparably resentful. He secretly thought about how he'd figure out the Tang sect's finances one day and find a reason to spend a sum of money to buy a tea house. Now that he had a family and privacy, leaving home to live under someone else's roof wasn't a solution. Tang Zijin was celebrating the new year alone on Crouching Dragon Peak. If he knew his son's thoughts, what would he think? Han Yunxi stood up and looked around. The more she looked, the more she liked this tea house. If Long Fei Yi bought it, then she'd be able to live in a corner in the future. If Long Fei was busy, then so be it. In any case, there was nothing to do in the imperial harem, much less any concubines for her to worry about. Moreover, as the head of the military, there wasn't much to worry about right now, so she had plenty of free time. From time to time, she'd bring Rui'er here to stay for a few days to learn the way of tea and plant tea trees. Han Yunxi picked Rui'er up and asked, "Son, do you like it here?" Rui'er nodded. As a man of few words, he wouldn't say a word if he didn't have to. "Let's have Imperial Father buy it and give it to Mother, okay?" Han Yunxi asked again. Rui'er shook his head in disagreement. Han Yunxi was amused. Everyone else didn't understand, but she understood very well. She asked again, "Then give it to Rui'er, okay?" This time, Rui'er finally opened his golden mouth and answered without hesitation, "Okay." Everyone was amused. Long Fei Yi couldn't help but laugh, but he still didn't agree. He said, "You're not allowed to fight with your mother." Tang Li and Ning Jing were very surprised. They'd never seen a father like Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi was long used to it, and so was Rui'er. He glanced at his imperial father and turned away, ignoring him. When Rui'er was a little older, he'd probably say, "Petty." When he was a little older, he'd probably say, "Don't care." As for what he was thinking now, no one knew. Little Tang Tang ran over from the snow and hugged her daddy's thigh. She said in a childish voice, "Daddy, Bao Bao hug." Tang Li immediately carried little Tang Tang up and kissed her forehead. He immediately rubbed her hands to keep her warm. Long Fei Yi looked at them deeply and was the first to walk out of the tea house. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was the tallest pavilion in the tea house. It was on the east side of the tea house, and there was a lake beside the pavilion. At this time, the lake was already frozen and could be stepped on. The dinner was set in the spacious hall on the second floor of the pavilion. When Han Yunxi and the rest arrived, the large round table was already filled with delicious wine and delicacies. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi sat at the head of the table. Little Rui'er sat beside Han Yunxi, and Granny Zhao stood at the side to wait on them. Tang Li and Ning Jing sat at the side. Little Tang Tang didn't want to sit alone and insisted on being carried by Tang Li. Ning Jing tried to stop her again and again, but little Tang Tang didn't cry or make a fuss. She just looked at her daddy pitifully. Tang Li's heart immediately softened, and he still carried little Tang Tang to sit on his lap. Long Fei Yi looked at Tang Li deeply again, but unfortunately, Tang Li didn't notice. Seeing this, little Rui'er, who always liked to sit by himself, suddenly wanted a hug too. He stood up and took a step forward on his mother's body. "Oh, little master, be careful not to fall." Granny Zhao hurriedly supported him. Little Rui'er looked at his mother with a pitiful expression. "Mother, hug." In fact, little Rui'er wasn't a clingy child. Usually, he would stick to her when he was wronged or when he was sleeping. Otherwise, he would basically play by himself. On the other hand, Han Yunxi would sometimes stick to her son and want to hug and kiss him. Okay, hug." Han Yunxi also let little Rui'er sit on her lap. "Let's start the dinner," Long Fei Yi said faintly. Granny Zhao hurriedly opened the bowl of chicken soup in the center. No chicken, no banquet. Yuning Continent's New Year's custom was to have a bowl of chicken soup for dinner overnight. Ever since little Rui'er was born, Granny Zhao could be said to have been cooking from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. On the last day, she still made a pot of old hen soup. Granny Zhao first served a bowl to Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi felt a little nauseous when he saw it. Yes, this year in the military camp, the old hen soup in the imperial study was no less than what Han Yunxi drank. Long Fei Yi pushed the bowl of chicken soup to Tang Li. "Here." Now, he would no longer ask Granny Zhao to make chicken soup for Han Yunxi. Tang Li was about to decline when Long Fei Yi said, We're eating as a family, so there's no need for those rules. Let's eat. Thus, Han Yunxi also pushed her bowl of chicken soup to Ningjing. Tang Li and Ningjing, who were unaware of the situation, drank with relish. Granny Zhao was overjoyed when she saw this, thinking that Master Li would be staying for a while this time. She had raised more than 100 hens, and finally, there was a market. If it wasn't for tonight's family dinner, she wouldn't dare to make chicken soup again, because old hen soup had been personally listed as a forbidden product in the palace by His Highness. After drinking the chicken soup, the real banquet began. The palace maids came to pour wine one after another. It was also during the New Year's Eve family dinner that Long Fei Yi made an exception to drink wine. Ningjing, we spent New Year's Eve at Three-Way Black Market a few years ago. Gu got me drunk, and my brother took revenge for me by getting Gu drunk until he was unconscious for a few days. Although Gu was drunk at that time, he was only unconscious for a few days. Tang Li was obviously exaggerating. Really? Ningjing didn't quite believe it. Suddenly, someone sneered, "It's fake!" Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other and shook their heads blankly. Who was the one who said that? Chapter 12:25. Who was the one who answered Tang Li just now? That sarcastic voice sounded a little familiar. While everyone was still at a loss, Long Fei had long raised his head to look at the roof beam. He saw a tall and slim man dressed in fiery red robes, his features enough to topple cities. He was lying lazily on the beam, his head cocked to one side as he watched them with interest. Who else could this person be but Gu? Everyone looked up and was surprised to see Gu Qishao. This guy was actually here? Gu, you're the Manor Lord, right? Han Yunxi was the most surprised. She was somewhat suspicious when Su Donglin mentioned the Manor Lord. She originally wanted to investigate after the New Year, but she didn't expect Gu to appear. Gu's smile didn't change at all. It was still as bright as the stars. He fluttered his luxurious red robe and slowly descended. He was so beautiful that he looked like a red lotus flower that was slowly blooming. He chuckled and said, "Poison girl, Chi brother missed you." Before he could finish, Long Fei Yi threw the wine cup in his hand at him. It was so fast and powerful that it was shocking. Gu Qishao had narrowly avoided being hit, a thrilling sight to the onlookers. However, once Gu dodged, his smile became even more wanton. He landed beside Han Yunxi and suddenly picked up Ru'er from her arms. He was so fast that Han Yunxi couldn't avoid him. Ru'er was slow to react. Gu carried Ru'er and looked left and right. He pinched Ru'er's nose and ears. The more he looked, the happier he became. He laughed loudly. "Long Fei Yi, I missed you too. Would Gu miss Long Fei Yi? How could that be?" Gu Qishao said, "Long Fei, this old man misses your son too." At this time, Ru'er finally recovered from the shock and stared at Gu suspiciously. Who is this guy? He should be very familiar with Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. Otherwise, how could she snatch him away from Imperial Mother's arms? How could Imperial Mother not be worried? Gu's narrow and flirtatious eyes suddenly looked straight into Ru'er's black and white eyes. The look in his eyes was the same as the way he looked at his poison lass. It was filled with love. Ru'er didn't back down and looked straight into his eyes. Ru'er realized that this uncle's eyes were very beautiful. Other than his father's eyes, this was the most beautiful pair of eyes he had ever seen. Ru'er, quick, call me godfather. Gu's excitement was no less than the joy of becoming a father for the first time. Little Ru'er was confused. What the hell is godfather? He had never heard of this word before. Ru'er finally regained his senses. He didn't want anyone to carry him. He was about to struggle when Gu Qishao suddenly lifted him high into the air. Ru'er's eyes lit up and his confused expression turned into disbelief. This uncle dared to lift him up? Following this, would there be little Ru'er had hardly begun to look forward to it when Gu Qishao suddenly tossed him high up into the air. Ru'er wasn't afraid at all and only felt that it was especially exciting and fun. He couldn't wait to fly higher. This is so fun. He chuckled, and his laughter was even louder than Tang Tang's. Very soon, he was falling in a straight line, but Gu Qishao caught him precisely. Tsk, you look so much like Poison Lass. You look even more alike when you laugh. It'd be great if you had a daughter, but a son isn't bad either. Ruer clearly looked more like Long Fei Yi. Did Gu misjudge, or did he do it on purpose? As he spoke, he suddenly tossed Ruer into the air. This time, he tossed Ruer even higher than before. After a few rounds, Ruer couldn't stop giggling as if his acupoint had been hit. Long Fei Yi's gaze followed his son up and down. Although he was expressionless and didn't say anything, he wanted to fly over and pull the little guy down, hold him in his arms, and cover his mouth. Finally, Gu stopped and held Ruer in his arms. Ruer couldn't stop laughing. "Call me Godfather, quick!" Gu urged. Ruer was happy, but he still looked at his mother inquisitively. Still, Ruer's reaction surprised Long Fei and Han Yunxi. Under normal circumstances, if Ruer didn't like or didn't understand something, he would reject it domineeringly and decisively. He rarely asked for his parents' opinion. Gu's game of lifting him up had at least conquered a third of Ruer's heart. Before Han Yunxi could say anything, Gu's large hand blocked Ruer's view, forcing him to look at him. "Quick, call me Godfather. In the future, everything I have will be yours. I promise I'll take you to eat and drink well, and you'll be free." Ahem. Long Fei Yi coughed lightly. Ruer was about to look over when Gu's other hand blocked his view again. Ruer looked at the red-clothed uncle in front of him, his gaze becoming confused again. Where did this guy come from? How dare he be so presumptuous in front of Imperial Father and Imperial Mother? Gu suddenly conjured a bamboo dragonfly like a magic trick. "Do you like it?" Ruer's gaze immediately fell on the bamboo dragonfly with a look of disdain. On the other hand, little Tang Tang looked at it eagerly. She really wanted it. "You don't like it?" Gu Qishao switched to another candy and took out a candy. "It's sweet, do you want some?" Ruer's disdain gradually turned into disdain. He hated candy the most. Anyone who tried to coax him with candy was an idiot. "You don't like candy? Hey, you're just like Godfather. I don't like sweet either." Gu threw away the candy and took out another one. God knows how many things he brought. He changed them one by one. Cloth tigers, roly-poly toys, tangrams, 9 rings, rattles, pottery balls, clay figurines, Lubon locks, and so on. Ruer couldn't help but look down on them. Long Fei Yi was actually a little nervous when he saw Ruer smiling so happily at first. But when he saw that Gu only took out some childish and boring toys, he wasn't worried at all. Ruer had played with all of Gu's toys a month or two ago. He had just gotten tired of tangrams, 9 rings, and Lubon locks before coming to number 7 tea house. It wasn't him or Han Yunxi who taught Ruer these things. It was Ruer's teacher, Gu Beiwei. Gu took out all the toys he prepared. He was suspicious. "Kid, you don't like any of them?" Ruer shook his head expressionlessly. He didn't just dislike them. Gu didn't play with any toys when he was young. In fact, he didn't know what children could play with. The only reason he knew about these toys was because he specifically asked someone. "Then what do you like?" Gu asked curiously. Long Fei Yi also spoke at this time. "Ruer, come over here." Ruer glanced at Gu and then at his father. He didn't hesitate and walked over to his father. "Ruer, look at this." Gu quickly took out a seed. Ruer glanced at it but still wasn't interested. "Ruer, look." Gu Qishao simply tossed the seed into the snow outside. In a flash, a thorny vine sprouted from the ground and split into multiple vines that floated in the air. Ruer turned around and was immediately stunned. Gu's plant essence had been completely corroded by the perplexing butterfly illusion, but he still hid a lot of blood vine seeds that he had nurtured with his immortal blood. These seeds had nothing to do with him, and he couldn't control them now. However, these seeds still maintained their rapid growth characteristic. R'er rushed to the balcony and squatted under the railing, looking at the huge thorny vine that appeared out of nowhere. So magical, so powerful, so fun! Gu glanced at Long Fei smugly and immediately chased after him. He took out another seed. R'er, here, plant it. R'er didn't hesitate at all and immediately caught it. He looked at the seed and casually threw it out. As soon as the seed landed, it instantly broke out of the ground and grew wildly, growing into a huge blood vine. Its branches waved in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Fun! R'er finally opened his mouth. This was also the first thing Gu said to him. Gu was happy and grabbed a bunch of thorny vine seeds and stuffed them all into R'er's hands. Here, plant a thorny forest here. One had to know that he was no longer immortal and indestructible, so his blood could no longer nurture the blood vines. Every time one of these seeds was used, there would be one less seed left. How could he let R'er play with such precious seeds like toys? It was rare for R'er to have such a favorite toy, and he had long forgotten about it. He threw the seeds down one by one and planted the thorny vines one by one. He didn't know where these seeds came from and didn't know how to cherish them. He was having so much fun and couldn't stop laughing. Long Fei and the rest sat in the room and looked out from the open door. They found that under the brilliant lights, one big and one small, one red and one purple, two figures, one big and one small, looked so harmonious. R'er's smile was pure and clean, and Gu's smile was just like a child's. Long Fei watched quietly and didn't disturb them. R'er planted many thorny vines. Finally, when the wind blew, Gu carried him into the room. R'er was holding a big pouch in his hand, and it was obvious that it was full of thorny vine seeds. Gu carried R'er and sat down opposite Long Fei. The palace maids quickly served bowls, chopsticks, and wine. R'er didn't notice that his father was staring at him at this moment. He lowered his head and counted the thorny vine seeds in the pouch. The Grand Tutor had already taught him how to count, and he could now count from 1 to 100. Of course, he would make mistakes occasionally. Gu ordered the palace maids to bring R'er's bowl and chopsticks over. It looked like he was going to feed R'er. Han Yunshi frowned bitterly. She didn't believe that Gu could feed R'er. Even Long Fei couldn't do it until now. There was no other reason except that he didn't have enough patience. Who knew that after R'er's food was brought over, Gu would feed him spoonful by spoonful and R'er would eat obediently and smoothly. Long Fei and Han Yunshi were dumbfounded. R'er had been completely bought over by Gu's thorny vine seeds. Long Fei was about to speak when Gu interrupted. No matter how big the matter is, let's wait. A child's food is more important than anything else. Long Fei was speechless. Tang Li, who was feeding Tang Tang, looked up and said seriously, "Yes." Chapter 12:26. How did Tang Li and Gu become the same kind of people? Long Fei ignored everyone but stared at his precious son. Unfortunately, his son hadn't spared him a single glance ever since he'd entered the house. Han Yunshi finally realized that there was something wrong with the way they'd been eating over the past few nights. She lowered her head silently and ate without saying a word. Gu carried little R'er and fed him energetically. As for Tang Li, not only did he care about his precious daughter, but he also took special care of Ning Jing. He helped Ning Jing pick up a bunch of food and said, "Ning Jing, my brother said that we don't have to be so polite when eating with our family. You don't have to be polite with them." Ning Jing was still able to let go of Han Yunshi. However, it would be a lie to say that Ning Jing was not nervous to eat at the same table as Long Fei. Ning Jing was so nervous that she was very restrained. If not for Tang Li picking up food for her, she would probably only be able to eat plain rice. Other than Han Yunshi, who else in the world could be completely relaxed eating at the same table as Long Fei? Even if Mu Ling was here, she would not dare to mess with her chopsticks. After a while, Tang Li saw that Ning Jing's bowl was full of food. He asked, "Ning Jing, why aren't you eating?" As he spoke, he picked up a piece of fish and fed it to Ning Jing. Try it. This fish is delicious. Instantly, Ning Jing's face turned red. She could not eat it, but she could not eat it either. She smiled and said, "Give it to Tang Tang. Tang Tang likes to eat fish." Tang Li put the fish into Tang Tang's bowl and asked seriously, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll do it myself. Hurry up and feed your daughter so that she can play by herself," Ning Jing said. "Seeing the two of you eat makes me full," Tang Li said jokingly. If it was any other time, Ning Jing would have rolled her eyes at him. Tang Li's flowery words were getting more and more ridiculous. However, at this dinner table, she could only smile with a red face. Han Yunxi stole a glance at Ning Jing and almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, she held it in. Otherwise, Ning Jing would probably leave midway. Just like that, the dinner that should have been lively became especially quiet. Until Tang Li finished feeding his daughter and put her to the side to play with toys, and Gu let Granny Zhao carry Ruer away. The atmosphere became more normal. When Granny Zhao carried little Ruer was still counting. He didn't know that in that short period of time, what he had done had made his father very decisive and firm in his decision to work hard to have a daughter. Long Fei Yi had been too busy at the beginning of the country to spend time with Ruer. Thus, he hesitated to have a second child so soon, lest he had even less time for Ruer. But today, little Ruer had successfully challenged his patience. This stinking brat's fearless days would soon be over. "Seventh young master, does this estate belong to you?" Han Yunxi still wanted to know the answer. Gu Qishao openly admitted, "Tea House 1 to Tea House 10 are all mine. I'm planning to open Tea House 7 and 7. Poison Lass, Qi Big Brother will leave 7 to 7 to 7 for you. I've already picked out the land." Long Fei Yi said, "All lands under the heavens belong to the king. All of Cloud Realm continent belong to him, so why would Gu pick out a piece of land?" But Gu only said, "I'll pick one near Medicine Ghost Valley. Later, I'll build an estate there." He purposely looked at Long Fei Yi and asked, "Your Majesty, that prefecture is this official's fief, right?" Long Fei Yi had made him a Qinhuang and given him the prefecture of Medicine Ghost Valley. Thus, even if all lands under the heavens belonged to the king, that prefecture was still his. "It's good that you still know you're a Qinhuang," Long Fei Yi said. Since he was a Qinhuang and had a fief, Gu had a responsibility to the land. At the very least, he had to ensure the people lived in peace and contentment, take charge of an army, and pay taxes on time. But Gu had disappeared for half a year without doing anything. If Long Fei Yi hadn't sent civil and military officials over and set up a yamen, the prefecture would have long fallen into chaos. Gu finally realized that he not only had the right to use his fief, but the duty to manage it as well. He grew serious and said, "Long Fei Yi, I've been researching medicinal tea recently, so I don't have time to deal with those unruly people. Lend me the people you sent for a few more years." Long Fei Yi's attention was immediately drawn to the words, medicinal tea. Gu understood tea, but he wasn't addicted to it. Thus, the two of them couldn't get along. But he still admired Gu's ability to research new varieties of tea. Medicine. Han Yunxi grew curious as well. It's both tea and medicine. Tea has medicinal properties to begin with, but they're not strong. If we can make tea with strong medicinal properties, then we can use tea as medicine for minor ailments, Gu explained. According to Han Yunxi's understanding, the term medicinal tea appeared in the Tang dynasty. Later on, tea was classified as medicine in the Song dynasty. She didn't think that Gu would have such an idea. But thinking about it carefully, Gu was pill fiend and he was someone who understood tea. It wasn't strange for him to think of this. Tell Ling about it later. She'll definitely be interested. Han Yunxi only said it casually and didn't mean anything else. But Gu avoided it like the plague. Don't, please don't. He needed at least 3 to 4 years to research medicinal tea. If Mu Ling found out about this, wouldn't that girl pester him for 3 to 4 years? Not to mention that girl's feelings towards him. Her research on medicinal tea was also infatuated. Interesting, Long Fei said thoughtfully. Medicinal tea is mostly nourishing medicine. I'll have new products later. I promised to send them to the palace. Gu quickly said. Was this considered a bribe? Long Fei really was bribed and didn't pursue Gu's crime of neglecting his duties. Actually, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Long Fei's style of appointing people based on their merits had no intention of letting Gu Qishao govern his land. He simply wanted to give Gu Qishao some glory and a sense of belonging. A Qinhuang was the highest rank among all of the nobility. Only members of the imperial clan had the right to receive such a title. By making Gu Qishao a Qinhuang, Long Fei was telling the world that Gu Qishao was his brother. Long Fei wasn't in a hurry to pursue the matter of the yet-to-be-built 7 tea house. He said, 7 tea house. Gu knew what he was going to say. Before he could say anything, he immediately interrupted. 7 tea house is my first birthday gift to Ru. I just told him about it and he likes it very much. Long Fei, don't fight with your son for things. If you want to give him a manor, build one for him yourself. Buying and selling was voluntary, so it was fine if Gu refused to sell. He even mocked Long Fei and poked at Long Fei's sore spot. For one thing, Gu mocked him for fighting with a child. For another, Gu wanted him to build one for himself, which was simply poking at his sore spot. Everyone knew that he liked to buy land and estates even more. His businesses were spread all over Cloud Realm continent. If this was the past, he could buy as much as he wanted without anyone bothering him. But things were different now. He was the ruler of a nation. Cloud Realm continent had many things waiting to be done. Northernly still needed to be plucked, the east and west needed to be rebuilt, and the imperial capital and palace were still under construction. If he didn't touch the national treasury's silver, and used his own private savings to build or renovate a new manor, his subordinates would have a lot of opinions. It was rare for him to find a ready-made manor that caught his eye. Even if he sold it privately, no one would know. Unfortunately, he met Gu. Long Fei's expression visibly changed. Meanwhile, Han Yunxi, Tang Li, and Ning Jing had been quietly listening to the two bicker the entire time. At last, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. It wasn't easy. Gu and Long Fei had fought for so many years, but thanks to Ru, he'd finally won once. Han Yunxi laughed until her stomach hurt. This was the first time she'd seen Long Fei suffer a loss. Gu Qishao picked up his wine cup and offered Long Fei a toast with a smile. His movements were elegant as he slowly drank from his cup. Although Long Fei was aggrieved by his son's actions, he still maintained his gentleman's demeanor and returned Gu Qishao's toast with a toast. Don't worry, I won't steal from you. In 2 years, I'll definitely build one for Ru. It wouldn't be too late for him to take revenge after the imperial palace was built and the mess after the war was cleaned up. Long Fei drank as he looked towards the right corner, only to see that his precious son had turned a deaf ear to everything that was going on. Right now, he was sitting on the table and counting the thorny vine seeds one by one. Everyone followed his gaze and knew that rather than saying that Long Fei was tricked by Gu, it would be better to say that he was tricked by his own son. If Ru'er didn't casually accept other people's gifts, wouldn't his imperial father not be mocked? Little Ru'er seemed to have noticed something. He turned around and was immediately stunned. Why were these adults staring at him instead of eating their meals? Annoying. He hurriedly put the bramble vine seed back into the big embroidered pouch and ran down the table to the side hall. Other than being afraid of noise and being a man of few words, he was also like his imperial father and hated being stared at. Fortunately, these people were his own people. If they were a group of women, he would be angry. Only when Ru'er's figure disappeared through the door did Gu turn around. Tsk, Long Fei, you're so lucky to have such a son. Gu's words were from the bottom of his heart. However, to the people present, he was still teasing Long Fei. Finally, Tang Li couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and threw a pot of strong wine to Gu. You were the one who got me drunk back then, right? Do you dare? Gu was in disbelief. Tang Li, a loser, still dared to challenge him? But Tang Li's next words were, do you dare to fight with my big bro? Long Feiyi already knew what Tang Li was going to say. Ning Jing and Han Yunxi sat at the side and looked at Tang Li with disdain. I don't dare. Gu generously admitted defeat. He said with a smile, I have to accompany my godson to set off fireworks tonight. I can't get drunk. As soon as he said this, Long Feiyi's eyes flashed. Long Feiyi was worried about how to send Rer away tonight and accompany Han Yunxi to have a good tea spring. Since Gu volunteered, he would naturally give him a chance to let Gu see his godson's ability to cause a ruckus in the middle of the night when he couldn't find his mother. Long Feiyi didn't say anything. He picked up the wine and took a sip. He suddenly felt very happy about this dinner. Victory or defeat between him and Gu Qishao would only be decided after tonight. Chapter 12:27. Tang Li didn't understand why Long Feiyi didn't intend to get Gu drunk. However, he didn't dare to continue provoking Gu. He knew his alcohol tolerance very well. If he got drunk, what would happen to Ning Jing and Tang Tang? Ning Jing didn't eat much at night. If she was hungry, she wouldn't be able to sleep. And Tang Tang couldn't get used to the bed. She had just gotten used to the carriage, so it would take a long time to coax her to sleep on the couch tonight. If he remembered correctly, Ning Jing couldn't stay up late these 2 days. She couldn't stand for too long, and she couldn't carry heavy loads. Tang Li didn't kick up a fuss. After Long Feiyi and Gu fought for a while, they both fell silent. Now that the two of them stopped fighting, Han Yunxi finally had a chance to speak. Gu, you left without saying goodbye for the past few months. Where have you been planting tea? Gu scratched his head and didn't say anything. When he woke up in the medical school and found out that he had regained his normal body, he wasn't used to it. He needed time to calm down and get used to his wholehearted, normal self. Of course, there was another reason why he left. He wanted to avoid Mu Ling. He really wanted to avoid that girl and let her grow up. Han Yunxi didn't pursue the matter of Gu Qishao's lies, but Gu Qishao would never know how many tears his poison lass had shed for him on the mountain behind rear camp. Let bygones be bygones. Gu didn't know that Long Feiyi and the rest would come here for the new year. It was purely a coincidence that they met. Although Long Feiyi sent the Shadow Guard to track him down, he still managed to shake off the Shadow Guard in less than 10 days and disappeared without a trace. He began to look for suitable land, design a manor, and plant tea trees. He wanted to prepare a birthday present for Rer and personally present it to him at his birthday banquet. He had designed several tea houses in a row, but after they were built, he found that he was not satisfied with them until he designed the tea hot spring unique to number 7 tea house. When he used the tea hot springs in other tea houses, he found a business opportunity. So, he built tea houses number 8, number 9, and number 10 one after another. From there, he had the idea of building 77 tea houses. Every single tea house was doing extremely well. If he could build 77 tea houses that were all satisfactory in terms of location, design, and tea ceremony, he'd probably be able to monopolize all of Cloud Realm Continent's tea houses and become the richest man in the region. In fact, number 7 tea house had been built long ago. It was just that in the past month, he had repeatedly modified it, down to every blade of grass and every tree. This was his godfather's birthday gift to Rer, so he couldn't be careless. He was originally not in the vicinity, but a few days ago, he suddenly had a new idea to improve the manor, so he braved the wind and snow to rush over. Where's Gu Beiwe? Why didn't he come? Gu asked. Qin Min is pregnant and her body isn't very good. She can't stand the cold, so he brought her to the south to avoid the cold, Han Yunxi said faintly. So fast. Tang Li was very surprised. Ning Jing had also told him about Gu Beiwe marrying Qin Min. It hadn't even been half a year since they got married. Ning Jing was also surprised. She didn't expect Dr. Gu to be so fast. Then we'll have to be careful. How many months is she along? Ning Jing couldn't help but ask. Should be around 5 months. Don't worry, with Gu Beiwei around there won't be any trouble, Han Yunxi said with a smile. Tang Li immediately said, doesn't that mean she got pregnant as soon as she got married? Dr. Gu really is Dr. Gu. Everyone present was an adult. Everyone could hear the meaning behind Tang Li's words. Gu Qixiao's lips quirked up into a grin, but he didn't express his opinion. He figured that Gu Beiwei must have put his present to good use. Otherwise, with Gu Beiwei's personality and usual behavior, how could she get pregnant as soon as she got married? Long Feiyi didn't say anything. However, he was as surprised as everyone else. He didn't expect the gentle Gu Beiwei to be so decisive. Long Feiyi thought to himself, Qin Min probably wouldn't give birth to a daughter. As spring approached, Su Donglin led a group of shadow guard and set off fireworks not far away on time. Although the overnight dinner wasn't very lively, everyone chatted in the silence and forgot about the time. Seeing the fireworks bloom and light up the night sky, everyone realized that the past year had ended and a new year had begun. As soon as they heard the firecrackers, the 2 children rushed out first. Little Tang Tang was still holding the cloth tiger that Little Ruer didn't want, while Little Ruer was holding the big purse with both hands, afraid that it would fall. Han Yunxi and the rest also walked out and stood on the balcony to watch the fireworks. So beautiful, Han Yunxi couldn't help but think of the fireworks she saw during the Lantern Festival. Under the combined efforts of Long Feiyi and the other 2, she knew nothing about Gu. She was still in confinement and Little Ruer was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Time passed so quickly. At some point, Long Fei had taken Han Yunxi's hand. Their fingers were intertwined as they looked forward to spending years and years together until the end of time. Tang Li also held Ning Jing's hand. He whispered, Ning Jing, I haven't seen fireworks with you before, right? How many times have you seen them? Ning Jing asked. What I mean is, we haven't seen them together since you started liking me, right? Tang Li lowered his voice and was extremely gentle. Ning Jing was stunned and whispered back, we have. I have liked you for a long time. Tang Li leaned closer and smiled. I've liked you for a long time too. Granny Zhao was holding a tray full of red packets. As in the past, Long Feiyi still generously gave out red packets to everyone present. Han Yunxi turned back and instructed the palace maid, go and check the red packets and the list on the table in my room. Send them out tonight. She had already made a list of the red packets to be rewarded and prepared the red packets with names written on them. Only the final check was left to check if there were any omissions. If she hadn't chased after Little Ruer, she would have finished checking by herself. Yes. The palace maid accepted the order and left. At this time, Long Feiyi was personally delivering the red packets to Little Ruer. He was too tall and Little Ruer was too small. It was difficult for Little Ruer to look up at him several times. He really wanted to hug Little Ruer, but he hesitated and didn't. It was the new year and he didn't want Little Ruer to cry again. He squatted down and Little Ruer immediately ran to him. In fact, Little Ruer didn't reject him. He was just afraid of him. He didn't reject his approach, but he was afraid of letting him touch and hug him. Little Ruer was still so young. No matter how precocious he was still a child. How could his reaction be deliberate? This rejection was like an instinctive reaction. Although he didn't understand why, Long Feiyi always believed that there must be a reason for this. Even if there were times when he was really disappointed, Long Feiyi had never been angry with his son. He had never really complained. Little Ruer was still so young. He only felt sorry for him. In the whole world, only Han Yunxi knew how much he loved and doted on Little Ruer. A father's tenderness was always hidden in his heart. Long Feiyi handed the red packets to Ruer, smiled at him, and got up. The last time Little Ruer received a red packet for the new year, He was still in his mother's womb. This was the first time he received a red packet since he was born. Not only did he not know the meaning of a red packet, but he also didn't have the concept of banknotes. He held the red packet in his hand and seemed to have thought of something. After the red packets were distributed, the children ran to see the fireworks again. Gu looked to the left at Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi, then to the right at Tang Li and Ning Jing. He immediately laughed. He didn't know if he was laughing at himself for being alone, or if he was happy. Perhaps even he himself couldn't tell the difference. He immediately ran to the two children lying on the railing and carried them one in each hand. Strangely enough, not only was Rui willing to be carried by Gu, but even little Tang Tang didn't refuse at all. Gu let little Rui sit on his left shoulder and carried little Tang Tang with his right hand. He was a tall man and didn't need any effort to carry the two children. "Let's go set off the fireworks, okay?" he asked loudly. "Okay." The two children actually reconciled and answered in unison. "Godfather didn't prepare any gifts for you. I'll play with you tonight, okay?" Gu asked again. Little Tang Tang immediately shut up. Rui looked back at his father and mother with the same inquisitive gaze. At this time, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi knew that although Rui accepted Gu's gift, he still didn't acknowledge him as his godfather. Han Yunxi didn't say anything. She could make the decision to acknowledge little Rui as his godmother. Only Long Feiyi could make the decision to acknowledge little Rui as his godfather. Gu looked at the dazzling fireworks in the distance and recalled the night he watched the fireworks alone at the back mountain of rear camp. He didn't notice little Rui's hesitation, nor did he see Long Feiyi nod to little Rui. Whether it was broad-mindedness or comradeship, fighting or fighting, Long Fei simply nodded his head in agreement. "Okay." Little Rui answered loudly. "Daughter, accompany seventh uncle to have some fun, okay?" Tang Li asked loudly. "Okay." Little Tang Tang also answered loudly. Just like that, Gu Qishao leapt off the balcony with the two children in tow and ran into the snow. Tang Li tilted his head and looked at Long Feiyi with a smile. "Brother, it's a new year. I wish the country prosperity and peace, and let sister-in-law give birth to a daughter for you." Long Feiyi looked back with a rare smile. "May you return to the Tang sect as soon as possible." With that, Long Feiyi held Han Yunxi's hand and left. His words were enough to make Tang Li ponder for days and nights. Was Long Feiyi going to help him return to the Tang sect, or was he unhappy and wanted to help Tang Zijin bring him back to the Tang sect? Tang Li walked all the way to his residence, still unable to figure it out. He finally realized that he shouldn't provoke his brother with his daughter. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. Shopkeeper Wu and the servants in the manor were replaced, and the ones in charge were Zhao Mama and Su Donglin. The courtyard where Tang Li and Ning Jing lived was arranged by Zhao Mama. He didn't know what Zhao Mama was thinking, but she actually arranged for them to live in a very remote corner in the west. It took a lot of time just to walk over. When they reached the room, Ning Jing was so tired that she didn't want to move and lazily lay down on the warm couch. She only relaxed when she was back in the room. Although she had a good relationship with Han Yunxi, she hadn't seen Long Feiyi more than 3 times. Recently, when they ate together, she finally understood why Mu Ling was afraid of Long Feiyi. Ning Jing stretched her body, but Tang Li had already scooped up a wooden basin of steaming hot tea and placed it on the couch. "What are you doing?" Ning Jing asked suspiciously. Chapter 12:28. The hot spring water was steaming, and the aroma of tea permeated every corner of the house. Ning Jing did not understand what Tang Li was trying to do. "You can't soak in the hot spring, so I'll get you a basin to soak your feet," Tang Li explained. "How do you know that I can't soak in the hot spring?" Ning Jing asked. "I've calculated. It's inconvenient for you to soak in these 2 days. Am I right?" Tang Li asked with a smile. "You're wrong." Ning Jing rolled her eyes at him. "It's more than 10 days off. How did you calculate it?" "Impossible." It's before and after the first day of Chinese New Year. It's always been like this before. Unless the postpartum days have changed. Tang Li was very certain. Ning Jing narrowed her eyes. Before? Haha, you've really put a lot of thought into this. Tang Li realized that he had fallen into Ning Jing's trap this time. For a few days before and after the first day of Chinese New Year, he was very conscious that he would not bully Ning Jing. When he calculated the dates back then, his motives were indeed impure. I've put a lot of thought into this now. Jing, come, your husband will help you soak your feet. Tang Li lifted Ning Jing's feet and helped her take off her shoes and socks. Ning Jing lay down lazily and put her other foot on his shoulder, allowing Tang Li to serve her. After her shoes and socks were taken off, Tang Li was afraid that she would be too cold and wanted to warm her up. Ning Jing did not let him and stretched her jade foot on Tang Li's face to tease him. Tang Li allowed her to tease him. He was not angry at all, nor did he dislike it. However, after a while, he grabbed Ning Jing's jade foot and bit her thumb. It looked like he bit hard, but it did not hurt at all. Ning Jing immediately kicked him away and complained unhappily, "Don't you think it's dirty?" "I don't." Tang Li chuckled. "I do," Ning Jing said angrily. Tang Li pretended to sigh. "All right, I'll help you clean it up." He really pulled her feet to soak in the spring water. If it was any other time, Ning Jing would definitely let him serve her without any qualms. However, today was not the day. Ning Jing quickly retracted her foot and said seriously, "You can't soak your feet when it's inconvenient." "Why?" Tang Li asked in confusion. Ning Jing asked, "No means no. You're a man. Why are you asking so many questions?" Only then did Tang Li give up and sit next to Ning Jing. However, just as he was about to lie down, Ning Jing pushed him away. "I'm going to sleep. Go soak yourself in the water and don't disturb me. Tang will be back soon. I'll lie down with you." Tang Li insisted on lying down next to Ning Jing. However, Ning Jing refused to let him and pushed him away. "Don't disturb me. I want to rest for a while, okay?" Seeing her unhappy look, Tang Li felt wronged and could only get up obediently. "Get out," Ning Jing urged. Tang Li smiled helplessly and could only obediently go out. After 2 hours, Ning Jing helped Tang Li get a towel and clothes and went out. She couldn't go into the water for a few days. If she didn't force him, Tang Li probably wouldn't go into the water either. It was rare that little Tang Li wasn't around. Of course, as her father, Tang Li could relax a little. When Ning Jing opened the door, she saw that the warm pool was empty. Where was he? Just as she was wondering, she saw Tang Li carrying a small casserole pot and walking in hurriedly with his head lowered. He carried it carefully and didn't even notice that she was standing at the door. Ning Jing's heart skipped a beat and her eyes became a little moist. This scene was so familiar and so long since she last saw it. She didn't need to look to know that Tang Li was cooking her favorite red bean porridge in that small casserole pot. In the past countless nights, she couldn't remember how many bowls of red bean porridge Tang Li had made for her. Every time, he would personally bring it to her like this. He was careful and anxious because it was too hot and his fingers couldn't stand it. He was also afraid that it would get cold if it stayed too long. On cold nights, she liked hot food that was scalding. When he got closer, Tang Li finally noticed that Ning Jing was standing at the door. He saw the thing in her hand and said with a smile, Jing, do you really want to peek at me bathing so much?" Ning Jing rolled her eyes and turned to enter the door. Tang Li carried the red bean porridge in and personally filled a bowl. He brought it to Ning Jing and said, "Are you hungry?" Ning Jing was indeed hungry. However, when she saw that Tang Li had personally made the red bean porridge, she immediately regained her appetite. Only Tang Li could make such a soft and fragrant red bean porridge. Ning Jing chewed and swallowed slowly. Tang Li stood at the side and watched as usual. If he truly liked someone, he didn't need to do anything. Just watching her eat would make him happy. If he truly liked someone, he didn't need anything. As long as he personally made a bowl of porridge, he would be satisfied. Jing Jing, do you have any news about your brother? Tang Li asked. No. With my brother's temper, if he wants to leave, no one can find him. Ning Jing knew Ning Qing the best. Tang Li hesitated and said, why did he give all his military merits to Jin Zi? Based on his contributions in Northern Li, my brother definitely won't treat him unfairly. Public is public, private is private. Ning Jing raised her head this time and said seriously, Tang Li, my brother isn't someone who takes credit. He must have left because he felt that he was done with his work. If you have the chance, tell Long Fei Yi not to look for him anymore. Tang Li snorted, Humph, my brother won't look for him. He's too free. Ning Jing put down the spoon and threatened him coldly, I dare you to snort again. Tang Li shut his mouth and shook his head. Ning Jing lowered her head to eat the porridge again. She was already full, but it had been too long since she tasted this, so she couldn't help but eat a few more mouthfuls. Not long after, the palace maid personally carried little Tang Tang over. Little Tang Tang had actually fallen asleep. It was no wonder since it was already in the middle of the night. No matter how excited a child was, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Ning Jing wanted to pick her up, but Tang Li ran over first and carefully carried little Tang Tang over. Tang Li was amused, haha, it's good that she's asleep. Saves me the trouble of coaxing her. Little Tang Tang returned to her parents' arms, but little Re was still playing with Gu. Gu wasn't an ordinary person, and little Re was even more so it wasn't strange that the two of them were still setting off fireworks in the manor in the middle of the night. At this time, Granny Zhao had just arrived at the Narcissus courtyard where Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were staying. The Narcissus courtyard was located in the center of number 7 tea house. It was the largest courtyard in number 7 tea house and got its name because it was filled with narcissus tea. Rather than calling it a courtyard, it was better to call it a tea pavilion. There was a tea room hidden in the spacious courtyard. It looked very secluded, but it felt spacious inside the house. There were 2 rooms in front and back of the tea room. The left and right walls were open, and there were 2 or 3 wooden steps connecting to the courtyard. There was a tea hot spring in the pavilion. Inside the tea room there was a straw mat on the floor. It was clean and simple, and green smoke rose in spirals from the burning incense. Outside the tea room, steam rose from the hot spring amidst the white snow. The faint fragrance of tea filled the air, both sobering and intoxicating. Such an environment was definitely tempting to those who loved tea. Granny Zhao stopped outside the tea room and saw only the Empress inside. She was sitting at a low table, lazily reading a book. Her ink-black hair was casually held up with a jade hairpin. She had already changed out of her daytime clothes and was wrapped in a crescent-white robe. She sat there lazily, one hand supporting her head while the other flipped through a book. Her body was leaning against the side of the tea table. The long sleeves on the hand supporting her head had long slipped down, revealing her pure white wrists. Her jade feet were half hidden under the robe, faintly discernible. Black hair like a waterfall, white wrists like frost. The more Granny Zhao looked at such a back view, the more satisfied and happy she was. For no particular reason, she was happy that His Highness was blessed. Han Yunxi had long known that Granny Zhao was coming. Although she had brought many palace maids with her, she and Long Fei Yi were not used to having palace maids serving them. Apart from the shadow guard standing guard outside the Narcissus garden, there were no other servants in the entire Narcissus garden. At this time, the shadow guard would not dare to come over without permission. The only one who could come here was Granny Zhao. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi had been strolling in the tea garden for a long time. She had just finished washing up. She was so tired that she did not want to move. If not for the fact that Rue'er had not returned, she would have fallen asleep long ago. She was waiting for Granny Zhao to report something, but Granny Zhao did not speak for a long time. Han Yunxi was helpless. She lazily turned back to look at Granny Zhao. Granny Zhao hurriedly reported, "Your Highness, this old servant has urged many times, but the little master refuses to come back and insists on playing with seventh young master. Seventh young master said that he will let the little master spend the night at his place, and that you can sleep without worry." "He can't handle it," Han Yunshi said helplessly. "This old servant has already told seventh young master that the little master is not easy to serve at night, but seventh young master said that he can do it." Granny Zhao was also helpless. Asking for trouble again. Han Yunshi was too lazy to persuade her. She waved her hand to dismiss Granny Zhao. "Then let him take care of the little master for one night." Although Han Yunshi doted on her son, the way she doted on Rui was completely different from how Tang Li doted on his daughter. She was not so careful with Rui and was very cruel most of the time. After all, Rui was a boy and would have to be independent in the future. "Your Highness, don't worry. If seventh young master can't coax him, this old servant will," Granny Zhao said with a smile. Han Yunshi nodded lazily. She was about to fall asleep. However, Granny Zhao still did not leave. She looked around and asked, "Your Highness, is His Majesty asleep?" Long Feiyi was in the side room dealing with 2 urgent letters from Northern Li. Han Yunshi was waiting for him to finish and go to bed. "Is there anything else?" Han Yunshi asked. Granny Zhao chuckled. "Your Highness, if His Highness is asleep, you should go and keep him company as soon as possible." Han Yunshi immediately sensed that something was wrong. She turned back again and stared at Granny Zhao without saying anything. Unexpectedly, Granny Zhao was not afraid. Instead, she smiled even more ambiguously. She said, "It's good that Your Highness understands. It's good that Your Highness understands." Han Yunshi grabbed something on the table and gestured that she was going to smash it. Granny Zhao hurriedly fled this time. "This old servant will take her leave, take her leave." At this moment, Long Feiyi opened the door and jumped in fright. The thing that Han Yunshi was going to smash was none other than his teacup. Ever since Rui was born, Long Feiyi had already lost more than 30 sets of tea set. They were all masterpieces and were one of a kind. The set that he brought out this time was his favorite among the few that remained. "Han Yunshi, don't move." He hurriedly stopped her. Han Yunshi was originally tired, but she immediately sobered up when she saw Granny Zhao's ambiguous smile. She turned back to look at Long Feiyi and smiled slyly. "Should I not move the person or the cup?" Chapter 12:29. Did Long Feiyi want Han Yunshi to stay still, or did he only want the cup to stay still? If he said "don't move," then the cup would probably move and fall to the ground. If he said "don't move the cup," then Han Yunshi's hand would probably move and the cup would be thrown away. Han Yunshi was in a good mood. She was so talkative, but Long Feiyi was still sober and wouldn't be easy to fool. He said, "Don't move." Han Yunshi also knew that she couldn't play word games with this guy, so she asked playfully, "Long Feiyi, what if I insist on moving?" Although his real name was Xianyuan Yi and everyone knew it, she still liked to call him Long Feiyi. In all of Cloud Realm, only she and Gu dared to call him Long Feiyi in front of him. Xianyuan Yi was the high and mighty emperor of Cloud Realm. His glory and power were also shackles. In their hearts, Long Feiyi was still the same Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi didn't answer Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi asked with a smile, "Tell me, should I move or should the cup move?" She suddenly let go of the cup, causing it to fall to the ground, but it landed firmly in her other hand. Long Feiyi also leaned against the wall, arms crossed lazily. His lips curled into a smile as he sized up Han Yunshi's little tricks with interest. He wasn't in a hurry either, so he didn't say anything and just let her play. Han Yunshi suddenly let go of the cup again. This time, she caught it with the tip of her foot. This was Long Feiyi's favorite cup. But he wasn't angry, and the smile on his face didn't fade at all. Han Yunshi was actually waiting for Long Feiyi to snatch it away, but who knew that he'd just watch with folded arms? She kicked the cup high and carefully held it with one finger. "Come, I'll give you a choice. Choose it or choose me. I'm serious this time. Long Fei Yi didn't even think about it and gave her the answer directly. I choose you. Han Yunshi was overjoyed. All right, it's either me or it. As she spoke, she casually threw the teacup out of the teahouse. She really threw it out of the teahouse. However, Long Fei Yi was still not in a hurry. He did not even look at the teacup. He only stared at Han Yunshi. After her bath, she looked like a lotus flower emerging from the clear water. She looked like a natural carving. He looked at her creamy skin and smooth neckline. He looked at her beautiful eyebrows and beautiful smile. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. What was a teacup? She could overturn the entire world for her. Han Yunshi turned around and looked outside. She smiled and sighed. How generous! In fact, she had calculated correctly. With the strength she had used just now, the teacup would fall into the tea pool and would not break. At this moment, the teacup should have sunk to the bottom of the pool. Long Fei Yi walked over and hugged Han Yunshi's waist from behind. He gently pulled Han Yunshi into his arms. He rested his chin on Han Yunshi's shoulder and looked at the tea and snow outside the door like her. He asked lazily, I haven't stretched my muscles for a long time. Let's have a match, shall we? In front of this man, Han Yunshi had always been very self-aware. After he cultivated the lustbite power, it was merged with the full level of the nirvana power. It was very powerful. Her phoenix power had not been completely stimulated. Moreover, the phoenix power did not have the ability to merge with the nirvana power. Therefore, in terms of martial arts, she was still a long way behind him. She would definitely lose when it came to moving her muscles. Han Yunshi leaned her head closer to Long Fei Yi and rejected him decisively. No way. It's rare that you're free. Rer is not here. Accompany me to look at the snow. Long Fei tightened his grip on her and began to rub against her ears. I'll let you win. If you win, I'll give you a big gift. How about it? What are we competing in? Han Yunshi was immediately moved. If he let her win, she would have another chance. Of course, what really made her waver was his big gift. Her past experience told her that the things he gave were not ordinary. She could not even imagine it. I'll let you take 10 steps. Whoever finds this teacup first wins. Han Yunshi did not know that at this moment, Long Fei Yi was licking his lips and smiling. He was like a scheming fox and a hunter patiently waiting for his prey to take the bait. When she heard that it was not a martial arts competition but a way to stretch her muscles, she became even more interested. Okay, let's compete. If I win, you'll give me a big gift too? Long Fei Yi smiled. No problem. Han Yunshi readily agreed. It would take about 10 steps to walk from here to the tea pool. She was very clear about the position of the teacup. If she moved faster, her chances of winning would be higher. Long Fei Yi immediately let go of Han Yunshi. Go. Han Yunshi took big strides. 10 steps was just enough to reach the tea pool. She turned to look at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi did not move as expected. In a competition between experts, a difference of 1 step could be 1,000 miles, let alone 10 steps. Han Yunshi was full of confidence. Shall we begin? Okay, let's begin. When Long Fei Yi said this, Han Yunshi did not even turn around. She leaned back and dove into the tea pool. Long Fei didn't chase after her immediately. Every time he yielded to her, he'd done so with sincerity. He licked his lips with interest and could not help but laugh out loud. He was cunning and mischievous, but his happiness was very pure and genuine. He slowly took off his outer robe, and this time, he flew into the tea pool. Although there were lights in the courtyard, it was still late at night. Finding the teacup could only be done by touching. Han Yunshi hid at the position where the teacup had fallen and groped around. Even when she sensed Long Fei Yi's movements, she did not panic. Suddenly, she touched the teacup. She was overjoyed. Just as she was about to grab it, Long Fei Yi's hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the teacup first. His speed was so fast that Han Yunshi wanted to cry. The two of them came out of the water almost at the same time. Long Feiyi wiped the water off his face. Seeing Han Yunshi's depressed expression, he laughed. Han Yunshi really wanted to pounce on him and bite him. How could this guy be so fast in the water? Why didn't she know before? How could it be so close? Did he do it on purpose? You've lost, Long Fei said in all seriousness. Han Yunshi looked at him and did not say anything. Seeing her unwilling and shameless appearance, Long Feiyi was even more amused. It had been a long time since he had seen this woman act like a little girl. He really missed it. I reached it first. Han Yunshi said seriously. I reached it first. Long Feiyi did not give in. Didn't you say you would give in to me? Han Yunshi questioned. I gave in to you more than 10 steps. Long Feiyi said honestly. Can't you give in one more step? Han Yunshi asked again. No. Long Feiyi refused cruelly. Say you lost. Quick. Han Yunshi was unwilling. Her gaze drifted towards the teacup in Long Feiyi's hand. Long Feiyi saw it but did not say anything. Han Yunshi suddenly wanted to snatch it. Long Feiyi waited for her to snatch it. He waited until her hand reached the cup, but he suddenly raised his hand and made her unable to grab it. Han Yunshi did not say anything. She just stared at Long Feiyi. The more she stared, the wider the smile in Long Feiyi's eyes became. There were several times when he almost laughed out loud. Teasing this woman was much more fun than teasing his son. How could Han Yunshi not see the smile in his eyes? This guy could clearly play with her. He deliberately calculated that he would give her 10 steps and make her lose by 1 step. She suddenly grabbed Long Feiyi's arm and stood on her tiptoes to snatch the teacup. Unfortunately, she still could not reach it. The Empress is good at everything. It's just that she's too short and her arms are too short. Long Feiyi commented seriously. You bully. Han Yunshi was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. In the dense steam of the hot spring, her cheeks were pink. That delicate appearance made Long Feiyi unable to move his eyes away. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. You're shameless. Long Feiyi raised the teacup high and looked down at Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi had nothing to say. She bit her lip and tried hard to think of a way to compete with Long Feiyi again and get back at him. These two had tricked everyone in the world. Finally, they started tricking each other. It was very obvious that Han Yunshi was not Long Feiyi's opponent. Long Feiyi had just started digging this hole for her. In the hot steam of the tea, the pool water reached their waist. Both of them were drenched. One of them stood high above, holding the teacup high and looking down. The other tiptoed and leaned forward, grabbing the other person's arm with all her strength. She was almost sticking to the other person. The two of them were in a deadlock like this. In the dense steam of the tea, this scene was as beautiful as a dream. Even when the two of them were in a stalemate, they were still so beautiful and enviable. At this moment, the two of them were in a contest of gazes. Han Yunshi glared. She looked angry, but she was actually acting coquettishly. Long Feiyi looked at her with raised eyebrows. He looked serious, but the smile at the corner of his mouth had long betrayed him. In the silence, he suddenly raised his hand and casually threw his favorite teacup away. He did not throw it into the water, but directly to the shore. Bang! It broke. From the beginning to the end, his gaze was on Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi was stunned and very surprised. Long Feiyi looked at her. There was only affection in his eyes. He asked in a low voice, I already said that I would choose you. Why are you still fighting with me? Han Yunshi bit her lip and could not help but laugh. Say it. What do you want to give me? Long Feiyi asked seriously. He was so willing to part with that cup. How could she still have the nerve to compete with him? What do you want? If I can afford it, I'll give it to you. Han Yunshi's words were very honest. There's nothing that you can't afford to give me. Long Feiyi was very certain. What do I want? Han Yunshi asked with a smile. I want, Long Fei wanted to say something but stopped. He bent down and whispered in her ear, "Didn't I just say it? Just now? Did he?" Han Yunshi's face was blank. She tried to recall what Long Fei had said just then. It was only a few sentences, so she shouldn't have missed anything. Moreover, she couldn't make out any hidden meanings. Han Yunshi almost believed that she was really going to be stupid for 3 years after giving birth. Long Fei chuckled and whispered in her ear, "No matter how much I like it, I can throw it away. I only choose you. I want you." Han Yunshi was suddenly enlightened. Her face flushed red in an instant. Han Yunshi finally understood Long Fei's naughtiness. Who knew that he was even naughtier? His lips curled into a mischievous smile, and he whispered again, "I already said that I haven't exercised for a long time. What do you think I want?" Han Yunshi's face turned even redder when he said that. She finally understood that this guy had tricked her. What did he say? "I haven't exercised for a long time. Let's have a competition, okay?" Exercising was a trap. Have a competition was even more of a trap. Chapter 12:30. Taking advantage of Long Fei's lingering affection, Han Yunshi pushed him away and turned to run away. Long Fei let her run. Just as she was about to reach the shore, he waved his hand and created a wall of water, blocking Han Yunshi's escape route. She turned around and glared at him. "Can you be more naughty?" "Yes." Long Fei was in such a good mood that he actually laughed out loud. He put down his hand and the wall of water shattered into pieces. Han Yunshi's already drenched body became even more drenched. Her thin clothes clung tightly to her body and were basically transparent. All of her beauty and shyness couldn't be hidden. Long Fei's burning gaze was already locked on her body, and he almost couldn't look away. Actually, he didn't want to be naughty at first. He just wanted to play with her and make a scene. He wanted to seriously ask for a daughter. But such a beautiful scene amidst the spiraling mist made him want to be naughty. He wanted to be naughty to the extreme. He said, "Han Yunshi, come over and admit defeat." Han Yunshi shook her head without even thinking. He was the one who had set a trap for her. She wasn't going to admit defeat. She walked into the depths of the water, hiding her seductive body. If she didn't hide, he would probably see through her. Long Fei didn't move and let her go into the depths of the water. Han Yunshi's entire body was submerged in the hot water. Only her head was exposed. She looked at Long Fei warily like a little rabbit, as if she was determined to go against him and not admit defeat. Long Fei laughed out loud. This woman's behavior had conquered his desire to conquer her. "I'll ask you one last time. Do you admit defeat?" Long Fei asked. "You tricked me." Han Yunshi protested. Long Fei didn't know how to do that either. He suddenly dived into the water. Han Yunshi was experienced. She immediately dived into the water to guard against Long Fei's sneak attack. Unfortunately, it was pitch black underwater and impossible to guard against. The waves on the surface of the pool were getting bigger, and they didn't know what was happening underwater. When Han Yunshi and Long Fei emerged from the water, they were already on the other side of the pool, and the water was up to their necks. Han Yunshi's soaked clothes had already disappeared, revealing her fair, jade-like back and her beautiful collarbone. Long Fei's clothes were still there. No matter what happened in the water or how their fight went, Long Fei had won in the end. As the two of them faced each other, it was unclear what was happening beneath the water. Han Yunshi seemed to have been trapped in place as she didn't move, much less try to escape. Long Fei's smile was filled with amusement, but her expression was solemn. More accurately speaking, she was enduring silently. "Still not admitting defeat?" Long Fei asked next. "No." Han Yunshi answered immediately. The water rippled, and Han Yunshi was suddenly pulled over by Long Fei. He looked at her and asked, "Are you admitting defeat?" Han Yunshi turned her head away and frowned. It was obvious that Long Fei had bullied her a lot underwater. She leaned on his shoulder. Her body was obviously admitting defeat, but her mouth was still stubborn. You tricked me, so I won't. I won't. Long Fei Ye's laughter became gentle. Do you believe that you won't even have the chance to admit defeat? Underwater, just as Long Fei Yi was about to get up, Han Yunshi suddenly turned around and pushed Long Fei Yi to the shore. Long Fei's back slammed against the shore as he raised his arms to lean against the shore. He opened his chest to reveal his well-defined muscles. Han Yunshi came closer and looked at him fiercely. She said provocatively, "Do you believe that you'll have to admit defeat tonight?" Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. He just raised his eyebrows and looked at her. However, when Han Yunshi hugged his neck and raised her head to give herself to him, Long Fei Yi surrendered without saying anything or doing anything. She had tried this move many times, and he couldn't resist it at all. He kissed her consciously and waited for her to take the initiative. Sure enough, when he kissed her, she gave him the best response. No matter how naughty he was, he would be obedient and submissive as long as she kissed him. When she let go of him, there was no naughty look in his eyes, only gentleness. He said, Can you give me a daughter?" Han Yunshi burst out laughing. "So you're doing this for your daughter?" Long Fei Yi said in a low voice, "This time, it's for my daughter. Everything else is for you." Once? Everything else? Han Yunshi was shocked. How many times did he want to do it? Before she could react, Long Fei Yi had already carried her in his arms and flew out of the tea pool to the tea room. It didn't matter who won or lost because they had already become one with each other. In the middle of the night, it was New Year's Eve and the beginning of the new year. Han Yunshi ended the past year in a deep sleep due to exhaustion and started a brand new year. God knows how much energy Long Fei Yi had. He carried the sleeping Han Yunshi into a warm fox fur coat and carefully and gently wiped the water stains on her body. He didn't miss a single spot. He wrapped her in the warm bedding and let her rest on his lap. Then he helped her dry her wet hair and comb it until it was soft and smooth. Finally, he took a hairband and gently tied her hair into a bun. His head was bowed, his expression quiet, serious, and focused. He was a completely different person from the domineering man in the hibiscus tent. Besides Han Yunshi, no one else would ever know that this man who stood at the very top of Cloud Realm continent would personally style her hair in such a gentle manner after making love. Long Fei Yi placed Han Yunshi on the pillow and prepared to leave when Han Yunshi suddenly grabbed his hand and muttered in her sleep, "I lost. I lost. Fei, I admit defeat." Long Fei broke into a soundless smile, the curve of his lips brilliant and beautiful. He couldn't help but reflect on his lack of sense of propriety and his fear of tormenting her. She had already admitted defeat to his domineering ways just then, but now she was admitting defeat again in her dreams. Idiot! Long Fei Yi couldn't help but lean over to kiss her. He even had the urge to bite down and wake her up for another round, but he held back. He didn't know how much love he had for her. Just like how he couldn't figure out how much he loved this woman. How deep. He placed her hand under the bedding and kissed her lightly on the lips before rising to his feet. Judging from past experiences, this woman wouldn't wake up until noon tomorrow. He couldn't sleep now because he still had to wait for little Ru'er to come back. Although he'd told Gu to take care of Ru'er and teach him a lesson, he'd also let Gu know that his precious son wasn't so easy to serve. But in the end, he couldn't bear to scare Ru'er all night. It was better to teach him a lesson. Long Fei Yi changed his clothes and draped a fox fur robe over his shoulders before leaving the tea-house. He went all the way out of Narcissus' courtyard to find Ru'er personally. Su Donglin, who was guarding outside the courtyard, immediately appeared when he saw his master come out. "Master, His Highness the Crown Prince is at Shiha courtyard." This subordinate just came from there and His Highness the Crown Prince had just fallen asleep. Gu hugged him to sleep and didn't put him on the bed. Long Fei Ye's face darkened in displeasure. "Gu, this annoying fellow. Ru'er is already asleep and he still wants to hog him?" Long Fei Yi strode towards Shiha courtyard. Who knew that halfway there, he would hear the sound of a child crying in the distance. It's Ruier. Long Fei Yi already knew that Ruier would cry, but hearing the cries still made him anxious. He immediately used his qigong to find him. As he approached, the cries grew louder and louder. Long Fei Yi was so anxious that he frowned. Soon, he saw Gu hugging a wailing Ruier and running towards him at a loss. Long Fei Yi, quick, take a look at Ruier. What's wrong with him? I can't coax him no matter how I coax him. He was fine before, so he wasn't afraid of me. Gu was about to go crazy. Ruier had clearly fallen asleep, but suddenly woke up and started crying as soon as he saw him, crying for his mother and father. He tried to coax him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't calm him down. In the end, he could only carry him to Long Fei Yi and the rest. If he hadn't held him by force, wouldn't have let him hold him at all. As a matter of fact, while Gu was talking to Long Fei Yi, started wailing again. Sob, sob, mother, father, mother, father. Long Fei's heart ached at the sight of his tear-streaked face as he struggled for his life. He almost ran forward to give him a hug. But he didn't. He stood in place and told Chu Shifeng, "Go find Zhao Mama, quick!" Currently, the wailing Ruier had no idea that his father was right in front of him. He struggled with all his might until he suddenly bit down viciously on Gu's hand. Ruier had already lost 6 teeth, so of course he was in pain. But Gu didn't feel the pain at all. His heart was burning with impatience. He yelled at Long Fei Yi, "What are you spacing out for? Take him away. Put him down." Long Fei Yi said. Gu refused. How could he put Ruier down when he was already in such a state? The ground was covered in snow, so Ruier would definitely roll around in the snow as soon as he set him down. Gu strode over and handed Ruier to Long Fei Yi, but Long Fei Yi backed away. Normally, Ruier would cry in his arms, much less now. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Gu shoved Ruier into Long Fei Yi's arms, who immediately backed away. Only then did Ruier realize that his father was here. He looked at his father with teary eyes and suddenly cried even louder. "Long Fei Yi, what are you doing? Even a strict father shouldn't be like this. How old is he?" Gu was furious. Seeing that Ruier had discovered his father, he simply set him down. "Ruier, go find your father. Go. If your father doesn't want you, Godfather will take you away right now. We'll go far, far away and never come back." Ruier didn't roll to the ground, but stood in place with his hands clenched into fists. His large, red eyes stared pitifully at Long Fei Yi. "Father, sob, sob, father. Father." The more he looked, the more he cried. He cried so hard that he almost melted himself. No one knew how much Long Fei Yi's heart hurt at this moment. He didn't know what to do with this son of his. Finally, Gu was puzzled. What's wrong with Ruier? If she was crying for her father, shouldn't she be running into Long Fei's arms instead? Why is Ruier standing in place? Why is he looking at Long Fei Yi so pitifully and innocently? Suddenly, Long Fei Yi roared at the shadow guard beside him. "Where's Su Donglin? If you don't bring Granny Zhao here, I'll cripple him." Ruier actually ran to him and hugged his legs. "Father! Father, hug, hug!" Long Fei Yi was stunned. It had been almost a year, but his son had never taken the initiative to approach him, let alone ask for a hug. Chapter 12:31. Long Fei Yi didn't know how to react to Rui's request for a hug. This was the first time since his son was born. This was also the hope he had hidden deep in his heart. Even Han Yunxi might not understand. He had never been hugged by his father, and the number of times he had been hugged by his mother could be counted on one hand. Even if there were, it was just a hug and a pat on his shoulder. Perhaps he was destined to be a child who wasn't loved, a child who had to grow up early. However, this didn't stop him from hugging and doting on Ruier. It was because he had experienced it that he understood the child's desire and hoped to give it to him. Ruier cried even louder when he saw that his father wasn't moving. He grabbed his father's robe and stepped on it, rubbing against his father's body. Finally, Long Fei recovered his wits and scooped up Ru'er in his arms. If he could, he'd melt the boy into his flesh. How much love did he have for him? Daddy's here. Don't be afraid. Good boy. Daddy's here. In the dark night, no one noticed that Long Fei's eyes were filled with tears. Ru'er really stopped crying, unlike before when he was hugged in his father's arms. Ru'er's little hands wrapped tightly around his father's neck. He lowered his head and buried it in his father's chest. Gu didn't know what to say as he watched from the side. He could only sigh inwardly. In the end, he was someone else's son. Ru'er had stopped crying, but Long Fei sensed that Ru'er was trembling in fear. Although Long Fei dearly wanted to hold Ru'er a little longer and let him lean on him, he was rational towards the boy and cold towards himself. He immediately pulled Ru'er out of his arms. Ru'er looked up and he saw Ru'er biting his lips tightly with a face full of fear. Now Gu Qixiao noticed something strange as well. How could this be? Ru'er, what's wrong? Tell Daddy that you can talk to Daddy properly. Don't be afraid. Long Fei asked seriously. Ru'er looked at him and didn't say anything for a long time. His eyes were filled with tears and he was still in a daze. Good girl, tell me why? What are you afraid of? Long Fei asked again. Ru'er's trembling intensified. His expression was one of unimaginable fear. Long Fei's heart clenched at the sight. Long Fei remained patient and asked seriously, Ru'er, are you afraid of Daddy? Tell me, yes or no. Ru'er bit his lip and didn't say anything, but he shook his head without hesitation. Long Fei had asked Ru'er more than once, but Ru'er always shook his head. Regardless of whether he was awake during the day or at night, he would always shake his head when he was crying in a daze. But his most instinctive reaction was clearly fear. Then what are you afraid of? Long Fei was so anxious that he forgot that Ru'er wasn't completely awake at this moment. This was a mess. The child's consciousness wasn't clear and he wouldn't remember when he woke up tomorrow. Ru'er didn't make a sound. He stared at his father, his teary eyes full of innocence and fear. However, he reached out again and hugged his father's neck tightly, as if he would never let go. Long Fei knew that he should push Ru'er away, but he couldn't resist in the end. He hugged Ru'er for a while, his large hands protecting Ru'er in his embrace. Even if the sky fell, he would hold it up for Ru'er forever. When Ru'er was awake, it was instinctive for him to cry and be afraid in his arms. But when he was messing around in the middle of the night without a clear consciousness, all his reactions were the most realistic and instinctive reactions. So Ru'er wanted him to hug him. When Ru'er was awake, how much did he endure because of that inexplicable fear? Just like himself in the past, looking at his cold and heartless mother, his only relative, how much did he endure? That feeling of forbearance was like suffering. Enduring until he grew up, enduring until he didn't lose that desire. However, back then, he had never thought that his father and mother would leave him before he could even grow up. They had left him forever. The people left behind only recognized his identity as the East Qin Crown Prince, treating him as someone who wouldn't be sad or miss, placing all the responsibilities of his father and mother on his shoulders. From that time on, he lived alone, cold and lonely because he only had subordinates, no family, no relatives. Long Fei hadn't thought about the past for more than 10 years. He buried his head in Ru'er's shoulder and planted a heavy kiss on Ru'er's body. He swore in a low voice, Xianyuan Rui, don't be afraid. Daddy won't leave, Daddy will always wait for you, wait until you're not afraid of Daddy anymore. After he said this, he resolutely pulled away Ru'er's hand and handed him to Zhao Mama, who had just arrived. Although Ru'er was tightly hugging him, he was trembling very hard. There must be a reason for this. If he let Ru'er continue to be afraid, he didn't know what would happen. He could only be ruthless. Zhao Mama hugged Ru'er, but who would have thought that Ru'er would continue to cry? Granny Zhao didn't know what to do. Apart from father and mother, little master only wanted her at night. Actually, Zhao Mama had been guarding the little master the entire time to prevent him from making a fuss when he woke up and saw Gu. She had just left because she had something to do. Little master, look at this old servant, it's Zhao Mama. Look at this. Little master, wake up. It's morning, it's time to wake up. Zhao Mama coaxed him while signaling Su Donglin to bring the lantern closer and shine it on the little master's face. A naughty child couldn't be comforted, only sober him up. Helpless, Ruier still cried. Just like when he was in Gu's arms, he cried and struggled with all his might. Ruier was so strong that Zhao Mama couldn't even hold him while standing. In a moment of carelessness, Ruier slipped down. As soon as Ruier slid down, he turned and pounced on Long Feiyi, hugging his legs tightly. He cried and begged, "Daddy, I want Daddy! Daddy, carry me!" This scene made Granny Zhao cry. Su Donglin turned his head away, not daring to look. He secretly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. The more Gu watched, the more distressed and confused he felt. He huffed and urged, "Long Feiyi, what are you doing? If you don't carry him, I'll take him away." Gu couldn't wait to rush over and protect Ruier in his arms. Long Feiyi looked down at his son and kept rubbing his little head, finally sighing softly. He didn't say anything and picked up Ruier. Using Qinggong, he quickly flew in the direction of Narcissus' courtyard. Ruier didn't cry along the way, but his trembling didn't stop. Long Feiyi knew very well that after this, he wouldn't carry Ruier again unless Ruier was no longer afraid of him. He especially wanted the road to Narcissus' courtyard to be longer and longer. But what was the use of a long road? He was very fast and arrived at Narcissus' courtyard in a short while. He carried Ruier to the warm tea room. Ruier seemed to be asleep. He didn't cry or make a fuss, only trembling in his arms. Long Feiyi's furrowed brows hadn't relaxed since just now. He placed Ruier on the bed. Ruier sniffed the familiar scent and saw his mother. He whimpered and crawled to his mother's side. He found a place to lie down next to his mother, stuck his little butt up, and put his face on the blanket. He quieted down. He seemed sad and aggrieved. After a moment of silence, he sniffled and whimpered a few more times before completely quieting down and falling asleep. At this moment, Ruier didn't have the temper he had during the day. He was cold and aloof, just like a clingy little bug. Long Feiyi stood at the side and watched. He looked at Ruier's pure lotus-like face and Han Yunshi's sleeping face. He was clearly sad and helpless, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a faint smile. It was warmth and happiness. Many times, suffering was only because of loneliness. If one had loved ones by their side, no matter how difficult it was, it wouldn't be difficult, right? Long Feiyi found a blanket and carefully covered Ruier with it. He sat down beside Ruier and Han Yunshi and leaned against the high pillow. Long Feiyi never got tired of looking at the mother and son's sleeping faces. As he watched, he fell into deep thought. Originally, seeing that Ruier was normal in all aspects, he and Han Yunshi planned to wait for another year and a half. Perhaps Ruier would be able to tell them the reason when he grew up. But tonight, looking at his helpless son, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. It hurt so much that even breathing was difficult. Gu Beiwei once said that this might have something to do with the murderous aura on his body. The stronger the internal energy, the stronger the murderous aura. Children were the most sensitive, and Ruier might be too sensitive. Perhaps he had to make a trip to Sky Mountain or find a way to meet Han Chun. Han Chun might know more about the lustbite power than his master. On New Year's Eve, Long Feiyi leaned against his wife and son and unknowingly fell asleep. Tang Li was also sleeping peacefully beside his wife and daughter. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Number 7 tea house was silent, only the whistling of the north wind could be heard. Gu had already returned to Shiha courtyard. At this moment, he was soaking in the tea pool. Leaning against the shore, He raised his head and casually spread his arms out on the shore. The tea reached his chest. His body had recovered for more than a year. His chest muscles were well defined, and his shoulders and back were well defined. He was so sexy that it caused one's imagination to run wild. Coupled with his gorgeous face, he was simply the best of evildoers. He closed his eyes, allowing the snow to fall on his face and shoulders. Before the snow covered his entire face, he chuckled. Another year. The first year is over, ha ha. Another year had passed. His age could be increased. The first year of his rebirth. There would be many more years in the future. Number 7 tea house returned to the silence of night. At this moment, Gu Beiwe had just returned to his residence. After the founding of the country, Gu Beiwe was the busiest of all the civil and military officials in the court. Thanks to these months of busyness, he had some free time in the coming days. After all, the crown prince was still too young and couldn't be considered sensible. There wasn't much that needed teaching. The Imperial Academy of Medicine had been rebuilt and all the positions had been properly assigned. As for the matter of merging Medical City and Medicine City under the Imperial Academy of Medicine's jurisdiction, it was an important matter that couldn't be rushed. He was still preparing. He used Qin Min's poor health as an excuse to ask for leave from Long Feiyi and take Qin Min to the south. Chapter 1232. Gu Beiwe took Qin Min to the south and bought a quiet small house in Ningzhou, a famous city in the south of the Yangtze River, and lived there. Except for their personal servants, they didn't hire any other servants. In this house, Qin Min didn't have to stuff clothes in her belly and pretend to be pregnant like in Yuning. She didn't have to pretend to be disabled and sit in a wheelchair all the time. Everything had become much more relaxed. Other than the young maidservant by her side, no one else knew how much she wanted to run around after her legs recovered. In Yuning, the Gu mansion had all kinds of scruples. Moreover, with Gu Beiwe's cautious character, she didn't dare to be presumptuous, so she could only endure. Hiding the truth about her legs and continuing to sit in a wheelchair was both her idea and Gu Beiwe's idea. She wanted to find out who did this to her, and Gu Beiwe wanted to find out the mole in the Qin family and take the opportunity to change the situation of the several families in the medical city. Although Gu Beiwe was the director, it was not easy to take the medical college under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. He needed an opportunity and the support of the several families in the medical city, whether voluntary or forced. Back in Yuning's Gu estate, she had to put on a show sometimes, so she and Gu Beiwe interacted more often. Now that they were in Ningzhou, she and Gu Beiwe had gone their separate ways. Gu Beiwe was a very quiet person, in front of people and behind closed doors. She was different. She liked quiet, but she didn't like noisy people. She was silent in front of people. She knew everything in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. She didn't argue. She pretended to be stupid and kept a low profile. In private, she was not a quiet and gentle woman, but a very troublesome person. She liked to study acupuncture and could make her own gold needles. She liked to plant flowers and plants in the yard and didn't mind getting mud all over. She liked to decorate the room clean and beautiful, and occasionally changed the furnishings. She liked to make pastries by herself and stayed in the kitchen for the whole afternoon. She liked to play the zither and paint. Recently, she even learned to dance. She was a person full of love for life. She liked quiet, but could live a lively life in her independent small world. She treated people very well, but she also had a temper. When she was serious, her temper was not small. Her temperament looked very similar to Gu Beiwe's, but in reality, they were very different. Gu Beiwe was so quiet that it made her feel bored. She also knew that her living habits might disturb Gu Beiwe. In Yuning's house, she always put Gu Beiwe first and tried her best not to disturb him. After all, he was her husband. He was the luckiest and safest home in her life. He was the benefactor who had saved her from the Qin family. In Ningzhou, she was much more at ease. For one thing, no acquaintances came to visit or disturb them. She and Gu Beiwei didn't give face to the local officials in Ningzhou. They didn't want to see them. Secondly, the mansion in Ningzhou wasn't big, but it had 2 independent courtyards. She and Gu Beiwei didn't have much to worry about. From the first day they moved in, they each lived in one courtyard and lived their own lives. The day before New Year's Eve, Gu Beiwei said that he would come over to have dinner with her. Qin Min also happened to be going over to invite him. The two looked at each other and smiled. Gu Beiwei said, "Come over when it's dark. Something simple is fine. There's no need to prepare too much." Qin Min said jokingly, "Can I buy some fireworks to pay for the meal?" Gu Beiwei smiled and agreed. Qin Min prepared a table of dishes. There wasn't much, but all of them were her best dishes. She waited for Gu Beiwei with the attitude of a friend from the medical community who shared the same ideals. After her legs were crippled, she no longer had any friends. The only person she could talk to was the little maidservant beside her. Unfortunately, when it was dark, Gu Beiwei's servant came over and said that Gu Beiwei had an urgent matter and had gone out. Qin Min waited until it was late at night. Gu Beiwei came over alone. His figure was like a shadow as he silently landed outside the house. He saw that the door was open and the dishes on the table had turned cold. Qin Min was lying on the table and sleeping. Her maidservant was leaning against a pillar at the side, dozing off. Gu Beiwei entered and saw that the dishes on the table had not been touched. He frowned. At this time, the maidservant woke up in a daze. When she saw him, she exclaimed, "Son-in-law!" Qin Min immediately raised her head and stared at Gu Beiwei with sleepy eyes, a little dazed. "Eldest Miss Qin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long," Gu Beiwei said gently. Qin Min regained her senses this time. She patted her face and hurriedly got up. "Headmaster, don't stand on ceremony. You haven't eaten yet, right?" she asked the maidservant to quickly heat up the dishes. Gu Beiwei did not stop her. When the maidservant finished heating up the dishes, Gu Beiwei said, "I've eaten outside. You should eat. It's New Year's Eve. If you don't eat, you'll starve for a year." Qin Min was stunned. Then, she burst out laughing. "Headmaster, you believe this is a lie to a child?" Gu Beiwei personally scooped a bowl of soup and handed it to her. He said mildly, "I'll sit with you for a while. You should eat. Since you're already here to eat, you can't miss the appointment." Was Gu Beiwei worried that she would not eat and persuaded her mother? Qin Min chuckled and said honestly, "Even if you don't eat, I'll eat. I'm really hungry. This is fresh mushroom soup. After heating it up, the taste is much worse, but it's still quite good. Do you want to try a bowl?" Gu Beiwei was slightly stunned. His gaze fell on Qin Min's face. Only then did Qin Min retract her smile. She realized that she might have said too much. It was strange. She was always very calm and collected in front of others. Why couldn't she remain calm in front of Gu Beiwei? Qin Min thought that she must have been dazed from sleep. She secretly told herself that she should be more careful in the future. After all, they lived together. It would be bad to disturb this great benefactor's peace. Gu Beiwei only felt that Qin Min seemed a little different from usual. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Qin Min thanked him and lowered her head to drink the soup quietly. She didn't dare to look at him again. "Eldest Miss Qin, I will set off for Medical City tomorrow," Gu Beiwei said mildly. "I just went out to see a patient. The situation is complicated and dangerous. I plan to personally send him to Medical City and hand him over to Deputy Shun." Qin Min raised her head and nodded seriously. Gu Beiwei had only asked for a month and a half's leave. It was a long journey from Ningzhou to Medical City. Moreover, he couldn't walk fast with a patient. Such a round trip would take more than a month and a half. Be careful on the way. If time is tight, you don't have to come back. Go directly to Yuning, Qin Min said seriously. I will arrange the child's matter properly. Don't worry. They were going south this time to give birth to a child. Gu Beiwei adopted a baby boy who was almost 1 year old. It didn't match the time of her fake birth. There was a difference of nearly a year. Gu Beiwei planned to let her give birth in the south, and then let her stay in Jiangnan to recuperate until the child was a little older. When he was 3 or 4 years old, he would take him back to Yuning. After all, it was difficult to tell the child's age between 3 and 5 years old. Gu Beiwei promised that in the next few years, he would definitely let her find the person who poisoned the Qin family. Qin Min was also happy with such an arrangement. She could be free for a few years. When she returned to Yuning, she didn't have to pretend to be pregnant or lame. She could also work in the medical school. Her life wouldn't be so restrained. "Thank you for your hard work," Gu Beiwei said politely. "It's my duty," Qin Min said with a smile. Gu Beiwei didn't stay for long. Qin Min hadn't even finished a bowl of soup when he was about to leave. "It's cold outside. I won't send you off. Rest early," Gu Beiwei said lightly. Qin Min was quite indifferent at first, but for some reason, when she saw Gu Beiwei's lonely figure walking away, she couldn't help but chase after him. "Let's send you off. It's New Year's Eve." Gu Beiwei didn't refuse. The two of them walked side by side and quietly walked to the gate. "Miss Qin, please wait," Gu Beiwei said lightly. "Director, have a safe trip," Qin Min said seriously. Gu Beiwei had already left, but he turned back and said, "Miss Qin, I brought the fireworks. They're on the coffee table in your room." Qin Min waved her hand and said politely, "Thank you." Seeing that Gu Beiwei's figure had disappeared into the cold night, Qin Min put down her hand and muttered to herself, "He didn't even eat. Why did he leave money for the meal?" She returned to her room and indeed saw the fireworks that Gu Beiwei had left behind. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly became anxious. "Xiaoyao, quick, bring me a lighter. Let's go set off the fireworks." She was so anxious that she turned and ran. She accidentally tripped over the threshold and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the maidservant Xiaoyao hurried over to help her up. "Miss, what's wrong? Where did you fall? Does it hurt?" She got up and, ignoring the pain, snatched the maidservant's lighter and ran into the courtyard. Soon, she lit the fireworks. Following the popping sounds, gorgeous flowers bloomed in the sky. She stood under the sky full of fireworks, looking up and smiling. So beautiful, Gu Beiwei hadn't gone far yet. He looked back and saw the resplendent fireworks in the sky. It was gorgeous and beautiful. He paused until all the fireworks were gone, then turned to leave. How long would it be before they could meet again after this parting? Gu Beiwei gradually walked away. Qin Min stood in the courtyard and stared blankly at the ashes on the ground. Xiaoyao pulled her over and looked her up and down. "Miss, where were you hurt just now? Does it hurt? Miss, your leg has just recovered. You can't fall. Miss, why are you so anxious?" Qin Min let Xiaoyao nag for a long time before she looked over and muttered, "Xiaoyao, I can't bear to part with him." Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment before replying, "Miss, this servant can't bear to part with the son-in-law either. It's the new year. The son-in-law is really a good person." Qin Min stared at Xiaoyao for a long time. Finally, she smiled helplessly and returned to her room without saying anything else. "Xiaoyao, this silly girl. There was a dinner and firework." Gu Beiwei and Qin Min could be considered to have passed New Year's Eve. There was one person's New Year's Eve that didn't have a dinner or fireworks, only wine. This person was none other than Ning Qing, who had been missing for a long time. On the grassland north of Winter Crow Country, a bonfire burned fiercely, its flames soaring into the sky. The men of Winter Crow Country weren't afraid of the cold. They were all wearing fox skin vests and gathered around the bonfire, drinking and eating meat. Ning Qing was among them. His attire wasn't much different from the men of Winter Crow Country, and his strength was no different from the men of Winter Crow Country. The only difference was that the men of Winter Crow Country ate meat, while Ning Qing only drank. If one didn't look carefully, no one would be able to tell that this guy was the master of the D-clan, the former great general of the north. While they drank and drank, female slaves emerged from the surrounding tents. One of them sat down by Ning Cheng's side. Chapter 1233. The female slave by Ning Cheng's side had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a fiery figure. She didn't look like a member of the Winter Crow clan, but more like a member of the Tanta clan from the west of the mysterious continent. It wasn't strange for the Winter Crow clan's slave traders to set foot in the mysterious continent. Unlike Cloud Realm Continent, which forbade slave trading, the mysterious continent was free to do so. Slaves were different from servants. Slaves were never free, but their masters could use them for free. They could kill as they pleased, and their children would remain slaves forever. Servants, on the other hand, were paid wages and could leave as soon as their contracts were up. Slave trading was a lucrative business. Supposedly, Ning Cheng understood that the Winter Crow clan's biggest slave traders weren't from their own clan, but from the mysterious continent. Ning Cheng had headed south after leaving northernly to tour Jiangnan. He wanted to visit all of the famous wineries there before picking a good place to open his own. But who knew? Long Fei Yi had actually taken control of all of Cloud Realm Continent's biggest wineries. Now he couldn't open a winery, nor find a place to drink good wine. He knew that Long Fei Yi was forcing him to show himself, but he refused. If he'd tricked Long Fei Yi with that bet, he was more than willing to bear the infamy of going back on his word and have the Long Fei Yi bear a grudge for the rest of his life. Without wine to drink, he could only head north and escape Long Fei Yi's sphere of influence to Winter Crow Country. Winter Crow Country's wines were all strong liquors to his liking. Since he was already in the Winter Crow clan, he had nothing better to do, so he started to investigate Goldie's background. In just a few months, he got together with the biggest slave merchant in the Winter Crow clan, Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng came from the mysterious continent and was a martial arts trash. He couldn't survive there, so he joined the Liu Bei Trade Consortium in his 20s to engage in slave trading. Now he was in his 60s, but he was still unmarried and had no children. In recent years, he'd been searching for a successor. If it was anyone else, they might not be able to win Lu Zheng's favor even after years of effort, but Ning Cheng was still the master of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. He had both money and business acumen, so it wasn't difficult for him to win Lu Zheng's favor. The grassland Ning Cheng was within Lu Zheng's sphere of influence. At this moment, Lu Zheng was sitting across from Ning Cheng, looking at him in a drunken stupor. The dozen or so people around him were Lu Zheng's trusted subordinate. Ning Cheng was not interested in the slave trade. Back then, Ning Cheng had half-jokingly offered to work with him to resell slaves. He had also proposed to expand his business to the mysterious continent, but Ning Cheng had not agreed. Although Lu Zheng's slave trade was very profitable and he could use this opportunity to make friends with many influential people on the mysterious continent, Ning Cheng was not interested at all. Without the D clan's mission, he felt much more at ease. No matter how big a business empire he wanted, he could build it with his own hand. There was no need to take other people's plates. He found the man who'd sold Jean Z out of Winter Crow Country, then followed the man's trail and found something suspicious. If it was Winter Crow Country's slaves, they'd usually come from small slave traders who bought their goods from various slave owners. Then they'd be sold to larger slave traders, who would then sell them out of Winter Crow Country to Cloud Realm Continent or the Mysterious Continent. Most of these slaves were from Winter Crow Country. Winter Crow Country was a nation of slaves. 2/3 of the population were slaves. Slaves would always be slaves, and so would their descendants. They had no chance to change their fortunes, because they were branded with the mark of a slave as soon as they were born. As long as their masters didn't need them, they'd write out an indenture contract to sell them off as well. Another group of slaves came from Cloud Realm Continent or the Mysterious Continent. They were either abducted, adopted, or sold off for other reasons. These people would come to Winter Crow Country and sell them to slave owners. Once they were branded with Winter Crow Country's unique slave mark, they'd be sold off for a different price. Generally speaking, both Winter Crow country slaves and foreign slaves would only be bought and sold 3 or 4 times between Winter Crow country slave traders and slave traders. But Ning Ching discovered that Jean Z's indenture contracts had been sold between Winter Crow country slave traders and slave traders a total of 10 times. At first, Jean Z had been sold from one of Yu Zheng's subordinates, Uncle Gong. But Uncle Gong didn't know which slave owner he'd bought Jean Z from, and which slave owner had opened Jean Z's indenture contract. Ning Ching couldn't find any clues. Now that Uncle Gong had passed away, Ning Ching had snuck into the Liu Bei Trade Consortium. He investigated all of Uncle Gong's slave trades, but didn't find any clues. At the same time, he searched through all of Winter Crow country, but didn't find a second person who understood the language of beasts. He began to suspect that Jean Z wasn't a member of Winter Crow country, but someone from the mysterious continent. Uncle Gong's previous records must have been destroyed by someone else. There had to be something fishy going on here. If he wanted to find out Jean Z's true identity, he had to figure out how Jean Z had been sold to Winter Crow country as a slave. It was late at night and everyone was drunk. Ning Ching seemed to be drunk as well, but he was actually very sober. Yu Jing had rewarded everyone with Winter Crow girls as a reward, but he'd given Ning Ching a girl from another race. Whether it was a special benefit or a test, no one knew. The blonde beauty seemed to know Ning Cheng's preferences well. She picked up a jar of wine as soon as she arrived and downed it with a tilt of her head. The people around them looked over and started to jeer. Ning Ching sat on the ground and leaned back. He arched an eyebrow as he watched the beauty drink with great interest. Even if he was blind in one eye and wore a blindfold, it didn't make him look handsome or noble at all. That eye alone could easily captivate people's souls when he was bewitching. His evil smile mesmerized all of the female slaves present. The blonde beauty finished the wine and smashed the jar to pieces. She rested one hand on Ning Cheng's shoulder while the other picked up a jug of wine. Slowly, she drew closer to Ning Cheng's body, her enchanting figure and seductive movements drawing whistles from the crowd. Ning Cheng glanced at the jeering crowd and smiled even more brilliantly. He yelled, "Drink!" As soon as he raised his head and opened his mouth, the blonde beauty straddled him and poured the wine into his mouth. Ning Ching drank in large mouthfuls, letting the overflowing wine wet his face, hair, and clothes. He was carefree and unrestrained. Soon, the jar was empty. The blonde beauty had just tossed the jar away when Ning Ching, who had been leaning back, suddenly leaned forward and pushed the blonde beauty to the ground. The screams and whistles around them grew even louder. The drunk Lu Zheng also laughed out loud. Good alcohol tolerance. Ning Ching looked over and casually grabbed a jar of wine and threw it over. Even if the other people present were too drunk, they wouldn't dare to be so rude to Lu Zheng. But Ning Ching dared. Lu Zheng caught the wine and happily drank it in large mouthfuls. Ning Cheng's attention returned to the blonde beauty. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a devilish arc. He grabbed the wine and poured it into the beauty's mouth. His action catered to the wicked taste of the people present. The jeering became louder and louder. After the blonde beauty was poured a jar of wine, she was completely drunk. Like an octopus, she clung onto Ning Ching and didn't let go. Her hand reached into Ning Cheng's clothes as if she wanted to undress him. Ning Ching purposely pried her hand away and gave a drunken burp. "Beauty, there's no rush. This gentleman will definitely serve you well tonight," he said drunkenly. As he spoke, he got up and held the blonde beauty's waist with one hand and lifted a jar of wine with the other. He waved at Lu Zheng and turned to walk towards the tent not far away. Lu Zheng laughed and hugged a female slave, letting his brothers continue to drink. After a while, everyone returned with beauties in their arms and dispersed. At this time, a tall and slender young woman quietly walked into the tent where Lu Zheng was staying. Lu Zheng wasn't drunk. The female slave he brought in kneeled behind him and massaged him. Under the light, this young woman was dressed in black. She had a pretty face and a pair of iconic red phoenix eyes. She was very beautiful. She was none other than Lu Zheng's most beloved goddaughter, the eldest miss of Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce, Lulu. Many people who didn't know the situation thought that Lulu was Lu Zheng's biological daughter. She let the female slave leave and personally massaged her godfather. "Father, the female slave I arranged for Ah Ching is pretty good, right?" Lulu asked. Ning Qing entered Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce as an orphan. He didn't have a surname, only a given name. Everyone called him Ah Ching. "Whether she's good or not, we'll know after he uses her." "Ha!" Lu Jing laughed. Lula laughed. "Don't all men like that? I guarantee that Ning Qing will keep her. I'll sell one to father. If it's not good, I'll pay you 3 times the price. If it's good, I'll sell father some tonics so that father and grandfather won't tire themselves out and hurt their bodies. You little girl, you might as well be a brothel keeper." Lu Jing pulled Lulu in front of him and scolded her with a frown. "If you continue to be so mischievous, be careful that you won't be able to get married." Lu Jing trusted Ning Qing completely, but Lulu was still on guard against him. Thus, he arranged for someone to stay by his side and keep an eye on him. In order to guarantee that Ning Qing would keep the female slave, Lulu specially found the blonde beauty, Shaikyu. Shaikyu was not only beautiful but also good in bed. "It's good that I can't get married. Father can give Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce to me. Father can enjoy life. I promise to show filial piety to father every year," Lulu said happily. One had to know that in Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce, there were countless people who wanted to control this business, but they didn't dare to show it. Lulu, however, never avoided it. Perhaps it was because she dared to think, speak, and act that Lu Jing loved her dearly. Lu Jing pulled Lulu's hand and patted it gently. He said earnestly, "Daughter, father wants to ask you seriously. How is Ah Ching?" "Everything is good except that he's blind in one eye. His background is unknown," Lulu answered without thinking. "If we find out his background and prove that he has no disloyalty to Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce, are you willing to marry him?" Lu Jing asked again. Lu Jing wanted to pass the business to Lulu, but Lulu was a woman. Those in the slave trade were mostly men. Lulu would more or less be at a disadvantage if she dealt with those men. If she could marry Ah Ching, the two of them could take over Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Then, he could rest assured and return to his original family. After leaving home for decades, he would eventually return to his root. Lu Jing hadn't taken a wife for so many years because his family had extremely high requirements for bloodline. Even if he was a good-for-nothing, he couldn't marry a woman from the mysterious continent. Lulu thought for a moment and said with a grin, "Sure, I'll ask Shaikyu later. If Ah Ching is a good man, I'll consider it." Chapter 1234. Lu Jing snapped angrily. Could it be that his daughter hung out with a bunch of men every day and got used to dirty jokes? Why wasn't she ashamed at all? Lulu wasn't afraid of Lu Jing's anger. She laughed. "Daddy, I won't disturb you anymore. I'm going to set off the fireworks." At this time, Ning Qing had already drunk Shaikyu. He bent down and was about to tear off Shaikyu's clothes when he seemed to think of something. He got up and slashed Shaikyu's clothes with his sword energy. Then, he tossed the bedding over without even looking at Shaikyu. He lay down on the warm couch and closed his eyes to rest. But not long after, the fireworks outside the window woke him up. He looked at the fireworks that were constantly blooming and disappearing, and gradually fell into deep thought. He thought that Lu Jing wouldn't use this method to test him. This slave Shaikyu must be Miss Luli's servant. Uncle Gong had passed away. The slave trade that Uncle Gong personally handled was all big business. Only Lu Jing knew the account. If Jin Zi's background wasn't simple, then Lu Jing would definitely remember it. Ning Qing didn't dare to alert Lu Jing before he fully gained his trust. He knew that in the coming days, he would have to deal with Shaikyu and Shaikyu's master, Lulu. On New Year's Eve, he suddenly thought of Jin Zi. He worked so hard for Jin Z. If Jin Z, that cold-hearted guy, knew, would he be touched? In fact, if it weren't for the wine, he might not have stayed for long. Of course, Jin Z didn't know what Ning Qing did for him. He also didn't know that Ning Qing was in the Winter Crow tribe that he had yearned for many years. In such a cold night, he was still on his way. Northernly still needed food aid from the south this winter. This winter was also cold. Many places in the north of Northernly had snow disasters. Many roads were buried in snow. So, even if there was enough food, it couldn't be delivered to the victims. 2 months ago, Han Yunshi sent elite troops from the Western Army, Bailey Army, and Southern Army to Northernly to help the Ning Army and the Black Clan Army with disaster relief. She also announced that after disaster relief, there would be a big reward. Although the various military factions fought fiercely in secret, everyone was still united and cooperated with each other in Northernly. However, it was New Year's Eve, and they still had to clear the road and transport the food through the snow. It was inevitable that some of the soldiers who were sent out would complain. Jin Z had been tired for a few days. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the New Year's Eve to sleep in his tent. However, when he heard that the soldiers who complained were from the Bailey military faction, and that there were signs of trouble, he couldn't sleep. At the beginning of the country, there were many things waiting to be done. Most of the money in the imperial court was used on the blade. Part of the food for the disaster relief in Northernly was donated by Long Fei Ye's own granary, and the other part was donated by the grain merchants in Jiangnan and the central region under Long Fei Ye's compulsion. Because of this incident, the Southern Army requested to lead the disaster relief operation in Northernly, but it was rejected by Long Fei Yi in the end. Jin Z knew about Bailey Yuanlong's collusion with the Southern Army. He had followed Ning Qing for more than a year, so he was well aware of the secret struggles between the various military factions. He knew very well that if he didn't personally make an appearance tonight and keep an eye on those people, even a small matter would be stirred up into a big dispute and cause a huge commotion. Then, this New Year's Eve would be lively in the military. Jin Z personally picked up the shovel and shoveled the snow with the soldiers. He personally pulled the carriage carrying the food forward on foot. With this, who would dare complain behind his back? After crossing the hill, everyone stopped to rest. A soldier brought over hot water. "General, it's hot. It'll get cold in a while." Jin Z drank a few mouthfuls and let the soldier drink it himself. The soldier immediately left, not daring to stay by his side for too long. They rested for a while before leaving, so there was no need to light a fire. The weather wasn't good either, so everyone huddled together to keep each other warm. Jin Z was the only one who stood far away. He leaned against the carriage and wrapped his cloak tightly around himself. His head was lowered. His short hair and shoulders were covered in snow. He was especially thin and stood there quietly, aloof and mysterious. He didn't look like a general at all. In the military, he was actually more intimidating than Ning Qing. If Ning Qing was here, there would be some people in the Ning family army who would rely on their seniority to take advantage of their seniority. However, when he stood in the army, no one dared to make a sound. Because no one was familiar with him, they didn't understand him and couldn't figure him out. He raised a group of tiger army consisting of more than 10 big tigers. Although he didn't usually take them out for a stroll, everyone remembered and was afraid of him. They didn't dare to easily approach him. The bone-chilling northern wind rose again, blowing away the snowflakes on Jin Z's hair and shoulders. It also made his cloak billow in the wind. Everyone felt cold and hugged the people around them tighter. However, Jin Z let the north wind blow and didn't react much. He played with a gold card in his hand. That gold card was returned to him by Mu Linger. He also wanted to forget that girl. However, he stayed in Northernly and took over this mess for Ning Qing. It was all for that girl. Being in Northernly, facing all these annoying things, how could he forget the instigator? He thought that he must have bullied that girl badly in his previous life. She must have tortured him like this in this life. If he continued to bully her miserably in this life, then would he still meet her in the next life? Thinking of this, Jean Z suddenly laughed. He called for the imperial bodyguard and handed the gold card to him. He instructed in a low voice, "Send someone to buy grain at a high price. Buy as much as you can, no matter how expensive it is." This gold card was under Mu Linger's name. After he used up the money she owed him, if there was an overdraft, she would naturally have to pay it back. Anyway, the bank would only look for her and not him. In this life, if love was too late, bullying her was also a happy thing. Jean Z seemed to have seen Mu Linger rushing in front of him and stomping her feet in anger. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a beautiful arc. He suddenly felt that this New Year's Eve was a little boring. A year ago, everyone knew that Northernly was short on grain. How many unscrupulous merchants were secretly hoarding grain and waiting to raise the price? How could Mu Linger, who was about to be drowned in debt, know that Jean Z, who hadn't interacted with her for several months, would trick her like this on New Year's Eve? When she returned to Medicine City, she took in many disciples and adopted a few orphans. She carefully selected the talented ones and personally taught them medical knowledge. Little Er and Chen Xiang were both learning from her. She also borrowed Lil Thing from Gu Beiwe. When spring came, she would conduct a large inspection in Medical City. She would examine all the fake and substandard product. When she borrowed Lil Thing from Gu Beiwe, she'd told her big sister about it, so she'd left her a message. The original words were, "If Lil Thing is willing to become a dog, you can take it with you." She didn't know how Gu Beiwe communicated with Lil Thing, but it actually agreed to come with her to Medicine City. It had to be said that Lil Thing's nose was much more sensitive than a dog's. It could tell the authenticity of Medicine City with a single sniff. Of course, one Lil Thing was far from enough, so she sent people to find 10 dogs to train. After spring came, she would be even busier. Not only did she have to establish a medicine control board, but she also had to cooperate with Gu Beiwe's operations in Medical City. She had never thought that she would one day return to Northernly after leaving home for a long time after she was almost tricked into marrying him off. She had always been unhappy in the Mu family, but now that she was back, she was actually living a carefree life. It was late at night and at this moment she was snoring away. Lil Thing was curled up by her feet. Suddenly, 2 dog barks came from outside. Lil Thing immediately raised its head, revealing a vigilant expression. It waited for a while, but didn't hear anything else, so it ran out of the room. It went to stand outside a nearby kennel. When the group of dogs saw it, they immediately started barking. Lil Thing really didn't understand why Miss Ling brought back so many dogs. As a wolf, it looked down on dogs. Squeak! Lil Thing yelled at them to shut up. All the dogs immediately stopped, not understanding what Lil Thing wanted to do. After a while, seeing that Lil Thing didn't take any further action, they started barking again. In the eyes of these dogs, Lil Thing was just a mouse. Lil Thing was angry and glared at the dogs. The dogs sensed Lil Thing's provocation and barked even more fiercely. One of them even directly pounced on Lil Thing. Lil Thing was angry. It raised its head and roared at Sirius. In an instant, all the dogs stopped barking. The dog that pounced on Lil Thing fell to the ground, motionless. It was scared to death. Lil Thing had unknowingly transformed into a big snow wolf. Its body was taller than a tiger, and its snow-white fur was very noble and elegant. Its pair of demonic red eyes were deep and cold. It looked down at the kennel from high above. The dogs were all crawling on the ground, trembling and not daring to make a sound. Lil Thing was very satisfied. It elegantly turned around and walked to Mu Ling Er's room. However, after a few steps, it couldn't take it anymore and turned back into a little squirrel. It hadn't fully recovered yet, so the transformation time was very short. After turning back into a little squirrel, its previous elegance and nobility were all gone. It ran towards Mu Ling Er's room. From afar, it looked like a little snowball rolling. The huge commotion in the courtyard didn't wake Mu Ling-er up. Mu Ling-er was sleeping soundly. No one knew what she was dreaming of, but she was actually drooling. On New Year's Eve, everyone had their own excitement and their own dreams. Whether the nightmare was life-threatening, whether one wanted to wake up or not, the sky would always be bright. On the first day of the new year, Granny Zhao was the first to wake up in number 7 tea house. She personally prepared a sumptuous breakfast for her masters. Han Yunxi was woken up by Ru'er. After Ru'er woke up, he didn't remember what happened last night at all. He wrapped his arms around his mother's neck and acted like a spoiled child. Long Fei Yi was no longer in the room. When Han Yunxi woke up, she noticed that Ru'er was still wearing the clothes from last night. She was about to get up. However, she suddenly remembered what happened last night and was so shocked that she immediately covered herself with the quilt. Ru'er obviously noticed that his mother's expression wasn't right. He stared at her suspiciously and didn't move. Han Yunxi glanced under the quilt and saw that she was still wearing clothes. Her hanging heart finally relaxed. Last night, Long Fei Yi tormented her miserably. She didn't know how she fell asleep, let alone when Ru'er came back. She lifted the quilt and saw that she was wearing a spaghetti strap and a nightgown. Her ears unconsciously heated up. God knows how Long Fei Yi helped her get dressed. "Mother! Mother!" Little Ru'er called out to her in a childish voice, calling her both names. Han Yunxi was about to hug Ru'er when she saw a big red packet lying behind him. Chapter 12:35. Han Yunxi picked up the red packet that had fallen beside Ru'er. It was none other than the one that Ru'er had stolen. Seeing that his mother was about to take it, Ru'er hurriedly grabbed a corner of the red packet and refused to let go. Han Yunxi would never have thought that the banknotes in the red packet were all hers. She was both amused and angry. She also grabbed a corner of the red packet and was in a deadlock with Ru'er. "Ru'er, who gave this to you?" she asked. "Mother, here," Ru'er said seriously. Han Yunxi thought that Ru'er was asking for a red packet from her. Last night, Ru'er had given it to her in the Long Fei Yi, but she hadn't given it to him yet. "Baby Ru'er, wish Mother a Happy New Year. Mother will give you a big red packet." Han Yunxi smiled. In front of his mother, Ru'er wasn't the arrogant crown prince. He was just a baby. He knelt on the bed and blinked his big innocent eyes, saying in a childish voice, "Happy New Year." "Good boy." Han Yunxi was happy. She turned to take the red packet that she had prepared. It was really a big one. Ru'er's eyes lit up when he saw his mother bring another red packet. Han Yunxi couldn't help but laugh at her son's little money grubber. She lay on the bed and handed the red packet to Ru'er. She asked seriously, "Baby Ru'er, Mother wants to ask you a few questions, okay?" "Okay." Ru'er had already thrown away the big red packet and was focused on opening the one his mother gave him. "Does father belong to Mother?" Han Yunxi asked. "Yes," Ru'er answered without hesitation. "Then does baby Ru'er belong to Mother?" Han Yunxi asked again. Even though Ru'er was counting the banknotes in the red packet with his head down, he was able to multitask. He opened his mouth and shouted with all his might, "Yes!" Han Yunxi snickered and asked again, "Then does father belong to Mother?" She didn't know if Ru'er could tell that the difference between the first and third question was the word belong. He still nodded. "Yes." Han Yunxi smiled even more mischievously. "Then is Ru'er Bao's mother's?" "Yes," Ru'er answered firmly. Han Yunxi immediately asked, "All right, Ru'er Bao's red packets are Imperial Mother's. Ru'er Bao will give Imperial Mother all the red packets. Imperial Mother will take care of it, all right?" "All right," Ru'er answered even more forcefully, but he soon looked up at his mother in confusion. Han Yunxi smiled innocently and reached out to take the red packet. Little Ru'er hurriedly grabbed 2 red packets and hid under the bed. "Not good." Han Yunxi couldn't stop laughing. Almost everyone thought that her son matured early, but in her eyes, baby Ru'er was a silly baby. "Mother won't take the red packet anymore." Can you tell Mother who gave it to you? Han Yunshi pointed at Ruer's left hand patiently. Although she didn't count it, she could see that there were a lot of banknotes inside. Long Fei Ye's red packet had already been given. Could it be Gu or Tang Li? According to etiquette, they couldn't give Ruer a red packet during the new year. However, there was no such thing as etiquette in number 7 tea house. Of course, they could give it to him. Here, Imperial Mother, Ruer answered honestly. Han Yunshi still didn't react, thinking that her son had mixed up the two red packets. She carried Ruer over and pointed at the red packet in his right hand. This was given to you by Imperial Mother. Who gave you the one in your left hand? Here, Imperial Mother, Ruer answered seriously. How did you become so stupid after a year? Han Yunshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She opened the red packet and took a look. She found that there were 10 banknotes in it. It was really a big packet, just like the one her imperial father gave her. Could it be your godfather? Han Yunshi muttered to herself. Although Tang Li was also a generous person, he wasn't that generous. Han Yunshi called Granny Zhao to help Ruer freshen up and change his clothes. After dressing up, she took the big red packet and carried Ruer out. Long Fei Yi and the others were waiting for them at Tianxiang Pavilion to eat together. When Han Yunshi came over, everyone was discussing why Ruer was afraid of Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi didn't want to talk about it at first, but Gu asked him about it early in the morning. Tang Li and Ning Jing also knew about it. Tang Li kept talking in his ear, which was even more annoying than Gu. Han Yunshi came over. She was gratified and heartbroken to know that Ruer hugged Long Fei Yi last night. Sister-in-law, did you go to bed early last night? You didn't even know that Ruer was in such a mess? Tang Li asked. Yes, Han Yunshi replied in a low voice. She glanced at Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi was also looking at her with a teasing smile. Han Yunshi quietly stepped on him, but Long Fei Yi was calm as if nothing had happened. Ruer knew that everyone was talking about him, but he didn't quite understand what they were talking about. At this moment, he was competing with Little Tang Tang with his eyes. Little Tang Tang was staring at his big red packet, and he returned a look of disdain. Little Tang Tang continued to stare, and he returned a warning look. Little Tang Tang was still staring, so he narrowed his eyes and stared back. The two children were flirting with each other and didn't pay attention to what the adults were saying. Gu was silent for a while, then suddenly slammed the table seriously. Long Fei Yi, do your work. Leave this to me. I'll take Ruer to Sky Mountain. If that doesn't work, I'll take him to the mysterious continent to find Han Chun. Long Fei Yi didn't answer. He just stared at Gu's serious expression. Gu said that he would maintain a serious attitude at first, but after being stared at by Long Fei Yi for a long time, he felt more and more guilty. In the end, he turned his head away to avoid Long Fei Yi's gaze. He pursed his lips so that he wouldn't give himself away and said seriously, "No matter what, we have to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible." "Okay, take him away in a few days." Long Fei Yi actually agreed. Gu Qishao gave a start before breaking into a smile. He turned back and asked, "Really?" Long Fei Yi replied expressionlessly, "Not really." Han Yunshi and the Tongning couple were a little nervous at first, but when Long Fei Yi said this, the three of them all burst into laughter. Gu's face darkened. "Cold," he said, "Long Fei Yi, you're busy with work. Where will you find the time to take Ruer to Sky Mountain? It's not the end of spring yet, so I can't go up. Han Chun will arrive in Cloud Realm before the Qingming festival. He's prepared the best spring tea in Cloud Realm for him. I don't need to look for him, he'll come to me himself," Long Fei Yi replied. Only then did everyone know that Long Fei Yi and Han Chun had written letters. Han Yunshi, his biological daughter, didn't like Han Chun. Why did Long Fei Yi hit it off with Han Chun? It wasn't that Long Fei Yi wasn't worried, but that everything about little Ruer was normal. Gu Beiwei had checked on him a few times and said there wouldn't be any problems. Gu was resentful and speechless. Han Yunshi was planning to take Rui'er to Sky Mountain herself, but now that Han Chun had come to Cloud Realm Continent, she didn't need to make another trip. Han Chun should know more about the Lustbite energy than old Kenzo. After all, his strength far surpassed the Lustbite energy. With little Rui'er around, Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi didn't like to talk about it. Little Rui'er more or less knew what they were talking about. Long Fei Yi quickly changed the topic to help his son get a red packet. Tang Li, where's your red packet? There were many rules in the palace, so few people were allowed to give red packets to Rui'er. Here at number 7 tea house, everything was done according to seniority. Tang Li couldn't skimp on his red packet. Tang Li was long prepared. He carried little Tang Tang and sat in front of Rui'er with a smile. Rui'er, do you want a red packet? Happy New Year! Rui'er's earnest tone made everyone laugh. Tang Li happily handed over the red packet. Gu had already given little Tang Tang a red packet. He scooted over to Rui'er's side and crouched down to stuff something into his pocket. Rui'er wanted to take it out, but Gu quickly stopped him. Shoo, hide it well, he said in a low voice. Look at it tonight. Otherwise, it'll be stolen. Rui'er immediately looked at little Tang Tang warily and didn't dare to move. Gu gave Rui'er the same thing he gave him last year. While Rui'er was happy to receive the red packet, Han Yunshi was stunned. That's weird. She picked up the big red packet in Rui'er's hand and asked, Who gave this? Little Tang Tang's gaze finally moved away from Rui'er and followed the big red packet. The adults didn't notice it, but when Rui'er came over, she noticed that the red packet was very big. It was bigger than all the red packets she had received before combined. She had been very sensitive to banknotes since she was young. Only then did everyone notice the big red packet. Long Fei Yi asked curiously, What's going on? I found it on the couch today. It should have fallen from him. 10 banknotes worth 1,000 taels. Who gave it? Han Yunshi was a little uneasy. Other than Long Fei Yi, who was a big spender, everyone gave out red packets for the new year just for luck. Who would spend so much money? There was no one else in number 7 tea house. Suddenly, Han Yunshi was stunned. She thought of something. She had given 10 red packets with such a large amount of red packets before. Those 10 red packets were for the 4 duchesses, the 3 generals' wives, and the 3 first-rank titled madams. None of those women were easy to deal with. Han Yunshi quickly took out all the banknotes from the red packet and looked at the bank that had given them. They were all from Kangon Bank. Now half of Han Yunshi's world turned black. The banknotes she had prepared for the red packets were all from Kangon Bank. These 10 banknotes were the ones she had put into the red packet yesterday. There was no mistaking it. Little Rui'er was completely unaware of the trouble he had caused. He was still looking at little Tang Tang, guarding against her snatching his big red packet. Han Yunshi looked at Long Fei Yi and muttered, Trouble. After midnight last night, she had ordered the maidservants to send out all the red packets. They would arrive in Yuning by tonight, right? No matter what, it would be too late to stop them. She had given those madams big red packets because she couldn't be bothered to fight with those senseless old women. She wanted to bet on their mouths and let them have a peaceful new year. Now, she couldn't even imagine the expressions of those old man's people when they received the empty red packet shells. Long Fei Yi knew that Han Yunshi had prepared 10 big red packets. He took a banknote and looked at it. He knew what was going on. Han Yunshi was dumbfounded. Long Fei Yi couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 1236. Rui'er actually stole money. After Han Yunshi explained the situation, not only did Long Fei Yi laugh, but Gu and Tang Li also couldn't help but laugh. It was the first day of the new year, and Rui'er was caught stealing money. Tang Li coughed lightly and said seriously, Brother, you can't spoil him for stealing money. You must teach him a lesson. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunshi, and Gu all glared at him, including Ning Jing. Did a child who wasn't even a year old know what money was? Little Tang Tang understood and casually stared at the red packet. Rui'er didn't understand. It was his first time receiving a red packet this year, and it was even his first time seeing banknotes. Previously in Yuning Palace, he had only seen Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi reward the servants with broken pieces of silver. Long Fei Yi was about to speak, but Gu was the first to flare up. He stared coldly at Tang Li. "Say that again." Tang Li was a fellow with a short memory. As soon as he had a daughter, he started showing off. He'd already annoyed Long Fei once. If this kept up, heaven knows if Long Fei would kick him back to the Tang clan? I was just joking. You guys, don't be so serious. Tang Li's mouth twitched. He was afraid of these people. It's not to the extent of stealing money, but it's certain that he stole something, Long Fei Yi said objectively. Tang Li was convinced by this, and so was Ning Jing. Although Han Yunxi didn't want to admit that her precious son had stolen things, she still nodded. If it was a daughter, she could spoil her a little. But when it came to her son, she should be ruthless. However, Gu was indignant on behalf of Ru. How could a child who wasn't even a year old distinguish so clearly? Ruier didn't take things from outsiders. He might not even care if they were given to him. He had only taken his mother's things. Did he know what these things were for? Would he be able to tell whether it was his mother's or his? Gu took Ruier from his arms and let him sit on his lap. He was so angry that he didn't want to speak. It was fine if Tang Li made a joke, but Long Fei Ye's attitude, was it necessary? Ruier was confused. He knew the word steal, but he didn't understand it very well. In the past, if there was something I didn't understand, I would look to Grand Tutor. Now that Grand Tutor wasn't here, he looked to Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. Long Fei Yi got up and walked over. He squatted in front of his son and asked seriously, "Ruier, do you know what steal is?" Ruier nodded. Long Fei Yi asked again, "Then do you know what fight is?" Ruier shook his head. "Ruier, don't take things that don't belong to you no matter how much you like them. Got it?" Long Fei Yi said seriously. Perhaps Ruier would understand better if he used the word take. Sure enough, Ruier nodded. Long Fei Yi smiled and said, "But you can fight. If you win, it's yours." Hearing this, Gu Qishao, who was about to refute Long Fei, shut up. He agreed with Long Fei Ye's last sentence. If you like something, fight for it. Fighting was a great skill. Who do you fight with? How do you fight? Can you fight? On what basis? What is the bottom line of the fight? What comes after fighting is abandoning and cherishing. Ruier didn't understand these things even now. However, Long Fei Yi knew that he would have to teach him in the future. Perhaps he would teach more. Perhaps Han Yunxi would teach more. Perhaps Gu Beiwei would teach more. He was good at fighting in the dark, Han Yunxi was good at fighting in the open, and Gu Beiwei's realm might be higher. He won without fighting. It was easy to fight for the world, but difficult to defend. How much fighting was hidden in the word defend? Ruier was the crown prince, the first person to defend the country. Ruier still had a lot to learn. His path had just begun. Long Fei Yi didn't know that Ruier had taken the money. He was just using this to teach Ruier a word, fight. Perhaps Ruier didn't understand, but at least he knew and remembered this word. Ruier repeated after Long Fei Yi. Yes, fight. Long Fei Yi immediately ordered for a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and wrote a large fight word on the spot. Ruier had already learned to read. Seeing the unfamiliar word, he came over and asked, "Imperial Father, fight?" Long Fei Yi only nodded and didn't say anything else. Ruier lay at the side, looking at the word seriously and memorizing it. It was all thanks to Gu Beiwei that he could learn to read at such a young age and develop such good habits. Perhaps the most precious thing Long Fei Yi had given his son wasn't Cloud Realm, but Gu Beiwei. Although little Tang Tang could understand and speak many words, she hadn't even started learning to read yet. She hadn't received much education and had been raised by her grandmother and Auntie Ling for the first year of her life. All she did was play. After she turned a year old, she followed her mother for a few months, running to the mountains to plant flowers or staying by her parents' side to watch her father fiddle with hidden weapons and her mother work on the abacus. She looked at the big word written by her imperial uncle and began to read it in a low voice. Fight. Ning Jing hadn't found it strange when she saw Rui-er's early maturity. After all, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were his parents, so it was normal for him to grow up early. But now that Rui had learned to read before he was even a year old, Ning Jing was truly surprised to see Long Feiyi teach him like this. 3 years old looked like an adult. The teachings before 3 years old had a subtle influence, and it was the influence that was most easily overlooked. Tang Li spoiled his daughter to the heavens, protecting and doting on her. Ning Jing was a mother for the first time and had never seriously considered Tang's upbringing. She couldn't count on Tang Li anymore. No matter if I'm in the Tang clan or wandering the outside world, no matter how bad my relationship with Tang Li becomes, my daughter's education will always come first. On the first day of the new year, under Tang Li's suggestion, everyone disguised themselves and brought their children to a nearby town to join in the fun. The 2 children had never seen such a lively scene before and were extremely excited. Since they were happy, the adults were naturally happy too. As for the empty red packets, Long Feiyi said to Han Yunxi, "Let it be. Let's see how those old man people react before we discuss it." Han Yunxi knew that she would have to face annoying things after returning to the palace. However, she still had a lot of fun these few days. On the 4th day of the new year, Long Feiyi was ready to set off for Yuning Palace. At the beginning of the country's founding, there was a pile of government affairs entangled with him. In addition, the disaster in Northern Li hadn't been alleviated yet, so he couldn't leave for too long. "Brother, Ning Jing and I will stay for a few more days before looking for you?" Tang Li said with a smile. Gu was on their roof. When he heard this, he rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. This tea house was his. What was the use of Tang Li asking about Long Feiyi? Long Feiyi personally tidied up a few urgent letters as he answered, "You can ask Rui. This tea house belongs to him." Gu liked hearing this. He was happy and hung down from the eaves to look into the house. He saw Tang Li carrying little Tang and running to Rui. He asked nicely, "Nephew, can Uncle Li and Aunt Jing stay here?" Rui was folding paper. He ignored Tang Li and glanced at little Tang before continuing with his work. "Baby Rui, you guys go home first. Uncle Li will stay here, okay?" Tang Li asked again. Rui turned around and still ignored Tang Li. He asked little Tang seriously, "Tang, are you a mouse?" Tang? Mouse? Han Yunxi and Ning Jing looked over, puzzled. "You're the mouse." Little Tang was angry. Rui didn't argue with her. He wanted to yield to this little sister. He didn't understand why this little sister was so clingy. She was so clingy with the little thing, and the little thing also stayed in the Grand Tutor's arms every day. He hadn't seen her come down from her father's arms these past few days. Little Tang didn't know what Rui was thinking. She was innocent. Her father liked to hug her and held her in his arms all day. She couldn't do anything about it. Rui couldn't be bothered with her anymore. When Tang Li asked a few more questions, Rui simply covered his ears. Looking at Tang Li's defeated expression, even Ning Jing wanted to laugh at him. Tang Li suddenly hoped that Long Feiyi would have a daughter soon. He wanted to see how Rui would treat his biological sister. At this time, Long Feiyi looked back and said seriously, "Tang Li, go to Yuning as soon as you arrive. Rui will be 1 year old in a while. It's up to you whether to invite your father or not." The Tang clan held 2 positions. One was in charge of the military equipment, and the other was in charge of the construction of the imperial capital and palace. Both of these were important matters. The construction of the imperial capital and palace would come to an end. As for the military equipment, as long as the country existed, so would the equipment. He didn't want the Tang clan to fall into chaos. He also didn't want Tang Zijin to be impeached by the imperial court because he was busy with the construction of the imperial capital. There were many people who coveted the benefits of the military equipment, and Bailey Yuanlong was one of them. Long Feiyi was the first to know that Bailey Yuanlong had colluded with the Southern Army. Although he hadn't exposed it or done anything to this day, he knew everything in his heart. Bailey Yuanlong would probably never know how stifled and uncomfortable his heart felt. Bailey Yuanlong was different from the others, and the Bailey army was different from the other military factions. The Bailey clan was once his most trusted clan, as well as the one he relied on the most. Bailey Yuanlong had endured patiently with him for more than 10 years, accompanying him from Tianning civil strife to Cloud Realm Continent's chaos, to the recent establishment of the Great Qin Empire. But now, he was the person he had to be most wary of. The history books all said that when the birds were gone, the bow would be put away. When the cunning rabbit was dead, the hounds would be cooked. Those whose achievements overshadowed their masters would die. But how many times did the emperor have no choice but to be forced into a corner? Those whose achievements overshadowed their master's ambitions. If Bailey Yuanlong had colluded with other military factions, he could turn a blind eye to it. But those people from the Jiangnan military faction couldn't obtain the position of empress or gain any benefit. Instead, they were forced to provide grain for disaster relief. They had long harbored thoughts of rebellion. Tang Li still hadn't figured out the meaning behind Long Feiye's words, but Long Feiye's serious tone was enough to put Tang Li on guard. He stopped joking around and nodded seriously. "All right, I'll go with you." Long Feiyi glanced at Gu, who was hanging upside down by the door. Gu suddenly felt a little nervous, thinking that Long Feiyi was going to take him back to Yuning Palace as well. But Long Feiyi said, "Don't block the way, get out of the way." Gu's face darkened, and he was so angry that he almost fell over. He flew to the roof and sat down, thinking to himself that it was fine if Long Feiyi didn't invite him to Yuning Palace. He just so happened to have time to go to Jiangnan to find some good tea. Han Chun liked preaching Ming tea, didn't he? He'd definitely find something better than Long Feiyi. Gu left number 7 tea house first, followed by Long Feiye's group. The spring festival had ended early. When they returned to Yuning Palace, there were several big troubles waiting for Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. Chapter 1237. By the time Han Yunxi's group returned to Yuning Palace, it was already the 6th day of the new year. They arrived at night, but Long Feiyi didn't even have time to rest before heading to the imperial study. There were plenty of memorials to the emperor waiting for him to deal with. Han Yunxi and Rer had no idea when Long Feiyi returned to his quarters. In any case, when mother and son woke up the next day, Long Feiyi wasn't there. Han Yunxi had long gotten used to his busy schedule, so this wasn't even his busiest time. Even when they were in the same palace, she and Rueer wouldn't see him for 2 to 3 days. Han Yunxi walked out the door and looked at the palace. She couldn't help but think of the time when she lived at the Duke of Qin's estate. Long Feiyi had been busy back then as well, so she often went days without seeing him. Now that she'd finally seen him, he'd come looking for trouble with a cold face. Yuning Prefecture was the temporary capital city and the liveliest place in Cloud Realm Continent. The inner city was filled with nobles, civil and military officials, while the outer city was filled with commoners. The madams and young misses of the inner city organized all sorts of banquets to recite poems, compose poems, admire flowers, and write lyric. Almost every banquet had amusing or scandalous news to spread and become the butt of joke. If there were only 2 kinds of people who were invited to every banquet, one would be the most popular, and the other would be the least popular. Han Yunxi had been the least popular back in Tianning's capital city. Everyone wanted to see her make a fool of herself. Now she was the woman no one dared to invite. Since no one dared to invite her, she was happy to stay in the palace and play with her baby Rue. That was one of life's greatest joys. On Tang Li's first day in Yuning, He took Ning Jing and little Tang Tang to a temple fair in the outer city. Han Yunshi didn't go with them. She was waiting for the 10 old man's men to make trouble. She hadn't even returned to the palace when she confirmed that the 10 empty red envelopes had all been delivered to the old man's men. She even specifically asked a maidservant and a eunuch who handled this matter. The maidservant sent the red packets to Yuning Palace by Eagle. The eunuch took over and arranged for them to be distributed. When the servant girl counted the red packets, she noticed that there were 10 red packets without banknote. When the eunuch went to each manor to distribute the red packets, he also noticed the 10 empty red packets. However, the 2 of them didn't dare to say anything. They all thought that the Empress did it on purpose. How could Han Yunshi blame them? Han Yunshi originally thought that as soon as she returned to the palace, the old man's people would come to her door. However, as the days passed, there was still no movement from this matter. If it was other people who received an empty red packet, they would be terrified and would not dare to say anything. They would only nervously try to figure out the Empress' intentions and reflect on how they had offended the Empress. However, the 10 madams were different. It would be strange if they didn't seize this opportunity to teach Han Yunshi a lesson. However, Han Yunshi waited for 2 days, but there was no movement from the group of madams. Han Yunshi was puzzled and became more cautious. She also didn't take the initiative to mention this matter. She quietly waited and observed the changes. The 9th day of the new year was coming. The 9th day of the new year was Xianyuan Rui's first birthday. It was the first birthday of his life. Long Feiyi originally planned to hold a banquet for his first birthday. The invitations were also sent out. However, who knew that a few days after he returned to the palace, bad news came from Northernly. Northernly, an avalanche. Originally, the disaster had not been alleviated. After the beginning of spring, as the weather warmed up, there were several small-scale avalanches. Many herdsmen were killed or injured. It was unknown what man-made rumors said that the emperor wanted to give up Northernly. The entire Northernly could be said to be shrouded in a pessimistic atmosphere. On the night of the 8th day of the new year, Tang Li and Ning Jing rushed back from the outer city. Tang Li directly rushed to Long Fei Ye's imperial study. He leaned on the table and asked, "Brother, tomorrow is Rui Er's first birthday banquet. What do you plan to do?" Northernly had an avalanche. The country was in trouble, and the people were in trouble. If they held a big banquet for celebration, how many people would talk about it? Not to mention Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi, even little Rer who didn't know anything would be condemned. Long Feiyi raised his head from a pile of memorials and asked seriously, "You invited your father?" "Brother, I'm asking you something serious. The common people outside the city are talking about how the herdsmen in Northernly can't eat, but you want to hold a banquet for the crown prince. Brother, those people are looking for an opportunity to criticize the crown prince. Don't harm Rer," Tang Li said seriously. Tang Li knew about the open and secret struggle between Bailey Yuanlong and his father. However, he didn't know much about the current situation and didn't understand it well enough. He originally didn't pay attention to this matter and even prepared a very special gift for Rer. However, when he went to the temple fair in the outer city, he heard all kinds of rumors and slanders. He was so angry that he directly rushed back and didn't care about anything else. Ning Jing chased after him with little Tang Tang. Seeing Tang Li so impudent, she was about to speak when Han Yunshi stopped her. To have a younger brother like Tang Li who dared to rush here and slam the table with Long Feiyi was also a kind of fortune for Long Feiyi. When fighting for the country, everyone was loyal. When it came to defending the country, those who fought for fame and fortune were also fighting for it with all their hearts. That was then and this is now. Otherwise, the words "protecting the country" wouldn't be so difficult to write. As the head of the Tang sect, Tang Li was also in the circle of interests. However, Han Yunshi knew that Tang Li would never change. "Do you have any good ideas?" Long Feiyi asked seriously. Tang Li thought for a long time before replying, Cancel the birthday banquet and celebrate it with in private. The reason why there were so many rumors outside was because tomorrow was the 9th day of the new year, and Long Fei Yi still hadn't released the news of canceling the banquet. Ning Jing couldn't help but step forward and bow. Your Majesty, this subject's husband thinks of canceling the banquet and donating all the expenses in the name of the Crown Prince to the victims of the Northernly disaster. This way, all the ministers will have to follow suit. Canceling the banquet at this time would appear insincere and would show that the Emperor and Empress were afraid of those who spread rumors. However, in the current situation, the banquet had to be cancelled. Thus, Ning Jing thought of this idea as a way to make up for it. Long Fei Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Tang Li. In my opinion, I can rest assured that your wife will be in charge of the Tang sect in the future. In front of Tang Li and the others, Long Fei Yi had never put on airs and didn't refer to himself as Your Majesty. Tang Li was proud that Ning Jing could come up with this idea. As long as Ning Jing was willing, he could also hand over the affairs of the Tang sect to Ning Jing without any reservations. It was a pity that he didn't have the final say in the Tang sect. His father still controlled the Tang sect's elders. Tang Li sat to the side and muttered, "She and I are both running away. Why should we care about the Tang sect?" Long Fei Yi casually threw down 2 booklets. Tang Li caught them and looked at them. His face immediately lit up. One of the booklets was from the Ministry of War and the other was from the Ministry of Works. The Ministry of War complained that the Tang sect hadn't received the first batch of weapons they were supposed to deliver at the beginning of spring. The Ministry of Works complained that Tang Zijin hadn't returned to the imperial capital since he returned to the Tang sect in the 12th lunar month. Because of Tang Zijin's absence, the construction of the imperial capital had been delayed for several days. The Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War both pointed their spears at the Tang sect. However, they didn't take into account how many more booklets would come after these 2 booklets and how many people would covet the Tang sect. These 2 reports were enough for Long Fei to force Tang Zijin's hand. Tang Zijin was definitely still busy with the weapons at the Tang sect. Ning Jing had always been in charge of those weapons. Because they were second-hand modifications, there were many things that Tang Zijin didn't know about. It was very difficult for him to take over. As for the imperial capital, Tang Zijin had to personally oversee the construction of the imperial city. Without Tang Zijin, there was no progress in the construction of the imperial palace. It was difficult for Tang Zijin to do 2 things at the same time. He couldn't split himself up. Tang Li carefully read the 2 booklets and said, "Big brother, it's time to test my father." If Tang Zijin knew that Tang Li had said such a thing, he would probably be so angry that he wouldn't recognize him as his son. However, this was the truth. It was time to test Tang Zijin. Now, there were only 2 paths in front of Tang Zijin. The first was to compromise with Tang Li and Ning Jing. He would bring the couple back and have Ning Jing continue to be in charge of the weapons while he returned to the imperial capital as soon as possible. The second was to find someone else to take over the Tang sect's weapons. Tang Zijin naturally knew that many people in the imperial court were eyeing the lucrative job of weapons. The Tang sect had made many enemies because of this. If he was willing to give up the profits and find someone else to take over the weapons, the Tang sect would definitely attract many collaborators and allies. They might even become a major faction. In fact, if Tang Zijin extended an olive branch to the southern military, many of them would very likely cast Bailey Yuanlong aside and cooperate with the Tang sect. What choice would Tang Zijin make then? On one hand, he would accept Ning Jing and leave the Tang sect without descendant. On the other hand, he would accept foreign aid and form a faction. It had to be said that this was an extremely difficult choice for Tang Zijin. However, it was precisely such a difficult choice that could test Tang Zijin's sincerity. Ning Jing's expression turned serious. Tang Li, this heartless thing, was actually still smiling. Han Yunxi said, "Tang Li, Whether you and Ning Jing return or not is the Tang sect's business. The weapons are an important matter for the imperial court. Now, it can be said that your family's business and the imperial court's business are mixed together. It's up to you to decide how to use these two booklets. I'll do what needs to be done. Tang Li didn't hesitate. He withdrew his smile and said seriously, Sister-in-law, I also want to know if my father will become a second Bailey Yuanlong. Long Fei had been waiting for these exact words. He didn't deal with this matter publicly. Instead, he ordered someone to send the two memorials directly to the Tang sect for Tang Zijin to see. Tang Zijin was a smart man. He knew what to do as soon as he saw the memorials. Han Yunxi asked jokingly, Tang Li, Ningjing, if the birthday banquet is cancelled, will you still give her a gift? Of course. I've already prepared it. Tomorrow we'll celebrate Rui's birthday ourselves. Tang Li smiled at Rui, who was flipping through a book. Crown Prince, you'll definitely like tomorrow's gift. Rui glanced back and didn't react much before burying his head back into his book. He didn't understand, but he liked reading those words. Tomorrow's birthday banquet won't be cancelled. The banquet will go on as usual, and the gift will still be received. Han Yunxi said with a smile. This is my son's first birthday. I want to make it a big deal. Let's see what those people can do to us. Tang Li and Ning Jing were shocked. Her Majesty the Empress was so willful? Was it really alright? Chapter 1238. Han Yunxi's willfulness stunned Tang Li. He blurted out, Sister-in-law, are you stupid? Did you really say that? The most discussed rumor in the outer city was what Han Yunxi had just said. She said that all the ministers were advising against canceling the birthday banquet, but the Empress said that the Crown Prince's first birthday must be celebrated in a big way. Han Yunxi rolled her eyes at Tang Li. You're the stupid one. Empress, you want to force them to donate to disaster relief at the birthday banquet? Ning Jing asked. She knew that Han Yunxi wasn't that stupid. Not only that. Han Yunxi sneered. She had Ning Jing and Tang Li come closer and whispered to them. Long Fei Yi already knew about Han Yunxi's plan tomorrow. He watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh. The infighting in the imperial court was really boring. Occasionally, Han Yunxi, the Empress, would stir up this big pool. It was a kind of pleasure. Tomorrow's birthday banquet should be very interesting. That night, before Long Fei Yi went to bed, he personally flew over the eaves and vaulted over the walls to check all the roofs in the palace. However, he didn't see Gu's figure. Although he didn't let Gu come back with them, he still sent someone to give him the invitation to Rui's birthday banquet. Wasn't this guy coming? Although Gu said that number 7 tea house was to be given to Rui, he hadn't officially given it away yet. At the very least, he had to bring the deed over. Han Yunxi could stir up trouble, but Gu was even more so. If he didn't show up, tomorrow's birthday banquet would really lose a lot of fun. That night, the palace was peaceful. However, the inner and outer cities of Yuning, and even the entire Great Qin Empire, were all paying attention to the palace. They were all waiting to see if the palace would send out a message to cancel tomorrow's birthday banquet. Bailey Yuanlong was the most concerned about this matter. In the dead of night, Bailey Yuanlong was having a secret meeting with Xiao Dong, the commander of the Southern Army. Xiao Dong had just turned 40 this year, and was a full 16 years younger than Bailey Yuanlong. However, he was older than Northern Commander Jin Zi, Western Commander Chu Tianin, and Eastern Commander Luo Tuesday. Xiao Dongwen couldn't plan, and he couldn't even defend himself in martial arts. In the Southern Army, where there were so many talented people, he was actually a useless person. However, Xiao Dong had a powerful background. Xiao Dong was a member of the Xiao clan, the head of the southern clans. When Long Fei Yi was still at the top of Tianshan Mountain, Patriarch Xiao was invited to the Medical City Conference and openly opposed Gu Beiwei, who supported Han Yunxi. The Xiao family had set their sights on the position of the Empress a few years ago. It would be strange if they didn't oppose Han Yunxi. Long Feiyi had wanted to settle this debt long ago. If not for Gu Beiwei stopping him, Long Feiyi would have found an excuse to wipe out the Shao clan after he became the emperor. It had to be said that the Shao clan's influence in the south was enormous and complex. A slight move in one part could affect the whole situation. Once Long Feiyi took control of the Shao clan, the south would fall into chaos. Currently, the western, northern, eastern, and central regions were in a state of post-war reconstruction. Whether it was in terms of finances or food, most of the people had to come from the south. The south couldn't fall into chaos. The southern army had seized this opportunity to act so impudently. Of course, the southern army's supporters, the major clans behind the scenes, were all very smart. They knew that Long Feiyi was slowly making plans for the south, so they had to take advantage of this opportunity to gain more power and allies for themselves. Xiao Dong was only a spokesperson chosen by the major clans of the south. He was very different from Bailey Yuanlong. However, the two of them had many common understandings. First, they both felt that Long Feiyi had been too hasty in appointing Jin Zi, Chu Tianyin, and Luo Tu as commanders. Jin Zi and Chu Tianyin weren't even 30 yet, while Luo Tu was the nephew of Kangon Private Bank's shopkeeper Luo. He had just turned 30 last year. According to Xiao Dong and Bailey Yuanlong, these three brats weren't even fully grown yet. What could they accomplish? Second, their spearhead was Han Yunxi. The Southern Army's ultimate goal was the position of Empress. The son of the Empress was the heir apparent. Thus, to put it more bluntly, they hoped that the Crown Prince, or even the future heir apparent, would be on their side and seek greater benefits for their clans. Bailey Yuanlong wanted nothing more than for the Southern Army to grow stronger and seize the position of Empress. In his opinion, as long as the Southern Army grew stronger, the Emperor would need him even more. He would have no choice but to rope him in. After all, from the looks of it, only the Bailey clan could contend with the Southern military faction. Bailey Yuanlong and Xiao Dong sat across from each other on the tea couch. They had been chatting for a long time, waiting for news from the palace. Although it was a private meeting, they were still courteous to each other. After all, they didn't treat each other with sincerity. They were both fighting for benefits, so they were both on guard against each other. After a long silence, Xiao Dong probed, "Sir Bailey, it's already so late. In my opinion, there shouldn't be any news from the palace, right?" What was he probing for? He wanted to know if Bailey Yuanlong had any informants in the palace with Long Feiyi or Han Yunxi. All the civil and military officials of the imperial court wanted to bribe the people in the palace to find out some information. Unfortunately, it was very difficult because Long Feiyi didn't have a harem. Only he and Han Yunxi lived in Yuning Palace, so they didn't need many servants. Xiao Dong pondered. Bailey Yuanlong was the former second-in-command of the East Qin camp, so he must be familiar with Long Feiyi's trusted aides. Even if he couldn't bribe the people around the two masters, he should at least have some informants in the palace, right? As for whether Bailey Yuanlong had any informants in the palace, only he knew. Bailey Yuanlong replied, "Let's wait a bit longer. If there really isn't any news, then that's fine." Thus, the two fell into silence again. But after a while, Xiao Dong couldn't hold it in anymore. "Sir Bailey, if the Empress insists, then the two of us will have to advance and retreat together tomorrow." They had already agreed that if the birthday banquet wasn't cancelled tomorrow, they wouldn't mention it in the morning court. Instead, they would remonstrate and denounce the Empress in front of all the congratulatory guests. After all, it was the Empress who had said that it had to be a grand affair. Of course. Bailey Yuanlong nodded calmly. The two of them would definitely wait a bit longer. Unfortunately, it was almost dawn, but there was still no news of the banquet being cancelled. Since it was time to go to court, Xiao Dong couldn't stay any longer and got up to leave. After sending Xiao Dong off, Bailey Yuanlong sat down and drank a few mouthfuls of strong tea to sober himself up. At this time, a woman close to 30 walked out from behind a curtain. Although she was a bit old, she was born with a dignified beauty that could captivate even birds and beasts. She had the air of a lady from a noble family, enough to make people forget her age. This woman was none other than Bailey Mingxiang's eldest daughter, noble Consort Xiao, who had been undercover in Northern Li for many years. She'd risen from a small palace made to become the favored consort of the Northern Dynasty's emperors, and Bailey Mingxiang's older sister. She'd hidden herself very deeply in Northern Li for a very long time. Even when Northern Li fell into civil strife, she didn't leave the Northern Dynasty's emperors. She'd followed them all the way to the north until she learned that the Northern Dynasty's emperors had committed suicide. She'd stolen many of the Northern Li imperial family's treasures and knew the situation in Northern Li like the back of her hand. She even had many trusted aides in Northern Li. Bailey Yuanlong was a martial artist. When he'd followed Long Feiyi in the past, he'd been as stubborn as a rock. But now, he'd managed to hook up with the southern generals precisely because of his daughter's help behind the scenes. Bailey Lixiang had toiled in Northern Li's palace for so many years. How could her shrewdness and methods be simple? The Bailey clan had sacrificed so much for the East Qin imperial family. In her eyes, Long Feiyi should have at least made her father a prince and let her younger brother inherit the title in the future. That way, the Bailey clan would always enjoy the treatment of a prince. But not only did Long Feiyi refuse, he even listened to Han Yunxi's words and divided the military power into 5. He even gave Han Yunxi the highest military power. The Bailey clan had followed Long Feiyi the longest and sacrificed the most. Why shouldn't they enjoy special privileges? She and her father still couldn't accept that Long Feiyi would give the western military power to the Nether clans Chu Tianyin and the Black clans Jin Zi. In their eyes, this was a very risky and foolish move. It was digging one's own grave. Father, you should go rest. As I see it, this matter isn't so simple. It's best to be careful tomorrow. Bailey Lixiang was shrewd and cunning, but she was also a filial daughter. She didn't seek benefits for herself, but even if she had to die, she'd do it for her father and her brothers. The notion that a woman should sacrifice herself for her family was branded in her heart and would never be erased. How could Bailey Yuanlong be in the mood to rest? In front of Xiao Dong, he was calm and collected, but in front of his daughter, his anxiety was completely exposed. Li Xiang, how can father sleep? Tomorrow, Xiao Dong and I will join forces to persuade her. What if? Father, there's no what if. As long as Han Yunxi dares to make a big deal of it, she won't be able to turn things around this time. I've not only convinced a few ministers, but also many commoners. Everything should be ready by now. As soon as the banquet starts, those commoners will definitely block the 4 city gates. Also, Father, Han Yunxi was in the wrong in the first place. I don't believe the Northern Li military will lock her up. Bailey Lixiang said seriously. Bailey Yuanlong nodded. His daughter's comforting words made him feel much more at ease. Father, do you remember when Han Yunxi used Tianning's Empress Dowager's birthday banquet to raise donations? Bailey Lixiang asked. Hearing this, Bailey Yuanlong grew nervous again. Could it be that this time she— Father, don't worry. Daughter has already made preparations. Even if she raises donations, daughter can still deal with her. Bailey Lixiang's lips curved into a cold smile. In the candlelight, she truly looked like a viper. What method? Bailey Yuanlong asked hastily. Bailey Lixiang whispered something in his ear, causing Bailey Yuanlong to look surprised. Is there really such a thing? I've personally paid a visit to all 10 madams. It can't be faked. Bailey Lixiang replied in a low voice. Only then did Bailey Yuanlong relax. He had been very nervous before, but now he was looking forward to it. He couldn't wait for the birthday banquet to start as soon as possible. You should rest early too. It's your first meeting with the Emperor tomorrow, so you have to rest well, Bailey Yuanlong said seriously. I still have to go pick up my little sister later. She should be arriving in Yuning soon. Bailey Li Xiang couldn't help but complain. That girl Ming Xiang really doesn't know any better. Instead of thinking of a way to stay in Yuning, she ran off to become an army doctor. Chapter 1239. No one mentioned the Crown Prince's birthday banquet during the morning court session on the 9th. Some didn't dare to bring it up, while Bailey Yuanlong purposely didn't mention it. The focus of the morning court session was still on the northerly snowstorm, as well as the revision of the tax uniform. The impact of the tax system was widespread and involved the interests of all parties. Long Fei wasn't in a rush to change the rules, but simply tossed a rock onto the surface of the lake to test its depth. After the morning court session, Long Fei Yi returned to the imperial study as usual. The so-called morning court session was just the ministers bringing up the matters they wanted to report, the emperor bringing up the matters he wanted to do, and everyone discussed it. The real place to make decisions wasn't the crepe myrtle hall, but the imperial study. As soon as Long Fei Yi arrived at the imperial study, a group of ministers followed him and asked for an audience. When Long Fei Yi returned to the imperial study, Han Yunxi and Ru'er had just woken up. Ru'er and Tang Tang got along very well on the way back from the number 7 tea house. Although Ru'er didn't pay much attention to others, the two could still stay in the same place and play on their own. After handing the children over to the servants, Han Yunxi and Ning Jing began their inspection. In order to prepare for the birthday banquet, Han Yunxi had been secretly busy for a few days. Last night, she and Ning Jing worked until very late before going to bed. Ever since she put on the Empress Phoenix coronet, she still hadn't put on the airs that an empress should have. Since the people below didn't like her so much, she naturally had to take this opportunity to show them that she, Han Yunxi, wasn't qualified to be the empress of the Great Qin. The birthday banquet was held in the Great Qian Hall on the west side of the imperial residence. Apart from the crepe myrtle hall, the Great Qian Hall was the largest hall in the imperial residence. The hall was circular and open on all four sides. It could accommodate 100 people. When Han Yunxi and Ning Jing arrived at the Great Qian Hall, the servants had already set up the venue. The hall was circular, and the seats were arranged in a rectangular arrangement. The east side was the main seat, and behind the main seat was a large screen. On the left and right sides of the main seat were several separate secondary seats. Next to the secondary seats were rows of seats. There were 3 rows on the left and right, and each row could accommodate 10 people. Other than that, there were no other special decorations in the hall. Ning Jing deliberately counted and whispered, 7 secondary seats. What kind of rule is this? Most banquets were very particular about the seating arrangements, not to mention the Crown Prince's first birthday banquet. Those who could sit in the second seat had to be of high rank. Even she and Tang Li didn't have the qualifications to do so. Han Yunxi turned around and said, Long Fei Yi. Ning Jing didn't react for a moment. She didn't understand until Han Yunxi dragged her to the kitchen. Han Yunxi meant that Long Fei Yi was the rule. In the kitchen, all the delicacies were prepared. Han Yunxi opened a lid and took a look. She immediately closed it and revealed a satisfied smile. She instructed, serve the dishes according to the order I listed. Don't make any mistakes. The steward eunuch quickly nodded. Rest assured, Your Highness the Empress. This old servant understands. The 2 most important things in a banquet were the venue and the dishes. After Han Yunxi looked through them, there were no problems. She found Zhao Mama and asked in a low voice, How's the matter? Don't make a mistake. Rest assured, Your Highness the Empress. This old servant is the best at this kind of thing. When that girl came over, this old servant knew that there was something wrong with her. Zhao Mama smiled treacherously. Ning Jing watched Zhao Mama's sinister expression from the sidelines and mused to herself, Heaven knows how bad an old court lady like Zhao Mama would be if she hooked up with a bad master. If Han Yunxi handed all the palace maids over to her, she would definitely be able to sit back and relax. The first birthday banquet was set to start in the evening. After dark, those who were invited all entered the palace. who dared to be late for a banquet held by the emperor and empress. Although there were many people who objected to the empress holding a grand banquet, most of the people who came brought big gifts. As the time for the banquet approached, most of the seats were filled. The main hall was bustling with noise and excitement. The invited officials, madams, and young misses were all chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Even so, everyone was still thinking about the 7 empty seats below the main seat. According to the rules, the emperor and empress were first, followed by the imperial relatives and nobles with titles, and then the ministers. There were only 5 types of titles in the Great Qin Empire: Wang, Gong, Ho, Bo, and Nan. Those who were qualified to be invited to the palace were only Wang and Gong. The Wang titles were further divided into Qin Wang and Jun Wang. Qin Wang was also known as Wang. Generally, they were the emperor's blood brothers. Jun Wang were mostly Wang of the opposite sex. Those who had made great contributions were qualified to be conferred the title. The duke titles were also divided into 2 types, Guogong and Jun Wang. They were also used to confer titles to those who had made great contributions. In terms of status and nobility, Qin Wang was higher than Jun Wang was higher than Guogong, and Guogong was higher than Jun Wang. Generally speaking, those with truly noble status were Qin Wang. Even some Jun Wang might not be able to sit on the secondary seat, let alone Guogong and Jun Wang. However, the situation in the Great Qin Empire was different. In the Great Qin Empire, only Gu held the title of Wang. He was Qin Wang Yu. The title of Jun Wang was vacant. As such, those who held the title of Wang appeared to have a much more noble status. The Great Qin Empire had 4 Guogong. They were Guogong Baili Yuanlong, Guogong Qing Shaoan, Guogong Zhou Qi Chu, and Guogong Ding Kulin. Among them, apart from Baili Yuanlong, who held the position of military commander in the central region, the other 3 did not hold any positions in the imperial court. However, their influence was great. Shaoan was none other than Jiangnan's, Shao family's patriarch, Shao Dong's uncle. He had contributed a lot of provisions to the army in the central region. During the plague in northern Li, he had contributed the most provisions. Guogong Zhou Qi Chu was originally a marquis of western Zhou. Because he had led the soldiers and civilians to surrender, he was exempted from the battle in western Zhou and was thus given the title of Wang. As for Guogong Ding Kulin, he was the owner of a large grassland in northern Li and controlled the best grassland in northern Li. During the chaos of the plague, he had voluntarily surrendered and saved the victims. As a result, he was given the title of Wang. The title of Wang wasn't given to a single person. It was a glory and status bestowed upon a family by the emperor. The matter of Wang was not only a reward based on merit, but it was also a form of appeasement, roping, and exploitation. For example, although Long Feiyi wanted to get rid of the Shao family, he had to give the title of Wang first. At the very least, he had to appease the Shao family and stabilize the Jiangnan region. According to the rules, the secondary seat below the main seat was given to those with titles. Thus, according to the Great Qin's system of Wang, apart from Gu, the 4 Guogong all had the right to sit there. However, Baili Yuanlong and the other dukedoms were arranged to sit behind the secondary seats. At this moment, Baili Yuanlong and Shaoan were both staring at the 7 empty seats, their displeasure written all over their faces. Tang Clan Master, Madame Jing has arrived. Suddenly, a eunuch's loud voice rang out, causing everyone to fall silent. The Tang clan could be said to be a very special existence. The members of the Tang clan didn't have titles or official positions. Even if they controlled weapons, they didn't have military rank. The status of being a member of the Tang clan was actually quite awkward. Moreover, when Long Feiyi paid respects to his ancestors, he didn't confer his mother the title of Empress Dowager. Consort One could only be considered Consort Dowager. The Tang clan was Consort Dowager's maternal family, so this status really didn't count for much. Not to mention others, Even Bailey Yuanlong looked down on the Tang clan. Everyone was silent as Tang Li's family of 3 walked into the main hall under everyone's watchful eyes. Tang Li actually held Ning Jing's hand in one hand and little Tang Tang's in the other. Quite a few elders furrowed their brows and secretly cursed him for being unruly. Tang Li led Ning Jing and little Tang Tang to the secondary seats in a carefree manner. Now the hall was even quieter. Everyone exchanged glances, and quite a few people looked towards the 4 Guogong. Tang Li's family of 3 sitting in the secondary seats was clearly looking down on the 4 Guogong's status. Bailey Yuanlong wasn't calm at all. He was about to stand up when Bailey Lixiang, who was sitting behind him, quickly held him back and whispered, "Father, don't be impatient. Look at clan head Xiao." Only then did Bailey Yuanlong sit back down and ask politely, "Tang clan head, why don't I see your father?" Tang Li was playing with his daughter when he looked over and feigned ignorance. "Official Bailey, what business do you have with my father?" He, old man saw that His Majesty left a seat for the imperial uncle, so he thought he'd come. Bailey Yuanlong laughed. As soon as Bailey Yuanlong mentioned imperial uncle, many people laughed. At this moment, Xiao Dong, who was sitting across from them, looked at Lord Chen, the Minister of Appointments, and smiled. "Lord Chen, when did we get a first-rank official? Why didn't you announce it? It's not good to hide something like this from everyone." Imperial uncle was both a form of address and a first-rank official's title. In terms of title, Tang Zijin was Long Fei Ye's uncle, so naturally he could be the imperial uncle. But in terms of titles, Long Fei Yi hadn't given Tang Zijin a first-rank official's title, so Tang Zijin couldn't be called the imperial uncle. Bailey Yuanlong's words were mocking Tang Li for not having the right to sit in that position. If Tang Zijin was sitting here today, he'd definitely take these words as a form of humiliation. But to Tang Li's ears, they were trying to drive a wedge between them. His big brother had only given Gu Qishao the title of Qinwang, while leaving the title of Junwang empty. There had to be a reason why he'd demoted Bailey Yuanlong and the rest to the rank of Guogong. There had to be a reason why he hadn't given any titles to the Tang sect. Although he didn't know why, he had to believe in his older brother. Ning Jing was inwardly furious, but she didn't say anything. Firstly, it wasn't convenient for her to say anything due to her background in the Ning clan. Secondly, as a woman, it wasn't appropriate for her to speak up in this kind of setting. Although Tang Li could see that these people were trying to sow discord, he couldn't find the words to refute Bailey Yuanlong's words. He couldn't say that his father hadn't been invited, could he? No matter how much internal strife there was in the Tang sect, it was still a family matter. When faced with an external enemy, they had to be united. Tang Li wasn't stupid enough to trick his father in front of outsiders. The Minister of Personnel, Lord Chen, didn't dare to say anything. Bailey Yuanlong laughed loudly. It looks like the imperial uncle won't be coming. Old man was planning to have a drink with him, he. Xiao Dong immediately echoed, "General Bailey, it looks like you're wrong. His Majesty's position isn't reserved for the imperial uncle." After all, Tang Li had never had a direct confrontation with this group of scheming and calculating people. He was quite angry and was about to explode. At this moment, the eunuch's loud voice came from outside the door. "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. His Highness Prince Yu has arrived." Chapter 1240. The Crown Prince came? The Prince of Yu, Gu Qishao, came too? For a moment everyone looked outside the hall, very surprised. Everyone thought that the Crown Prince would come with the Emperor and Empress, who knew that he would come with Prince Yu first. This group of people was fighting for a position here, but when the Crown Prince and Prince Yu came, what Duke, what Imperial Uncle, all the positions were lowered. Tang Li's face was originally full of anger, but when he heard the announcement, he was immediately overjoyed and happy. In terms of poisonous tongue, he was absolutely poisonous to the people present, but his awkward status was not to be refuted. However, when Gu came, it was different. Gu was the only prince of Great Qin. He was the head of all the titles. Gu's identity was also brought out, and everyone present had to lower themselves. For the first time, Tang Li found that he could also like Gu so much. Before the Crown Prince and Prince Yu came in, everyone had already stood up. When the Crown Prince and Prince Yu came in, everyone knelt down. This was the etiquette of this place, and Tang Li and Ning Jing were no exception. Long live His Royal Highness the Crown Prince! Long live His Royal Highness Prince Yu! Gu was wearing a brand new red robe, which was specially inlaid with gold. He wore a lot of gold ornaments, even his hairpin was gold. Red and gold together, it was as tacky as it could be. However, he was able to wear these two colors with a sense of gold and luxury. He was as showy as he could be. This was specially ordered for Rui Er's first birthday banquet. He did not care about Northern Li, anyway, it was his godson's birthday, so he must make the place as big as possible. The bigger the better, it must be lively. In fact, he could have arrived in Yuning last night, but because of this set of clothes, he was delayed for a night. Little Rui was sitting on Gu's right shoulder. He was wearing the purple robe his mother had specially prepared for him, looking extremely noble. Although he was young and had an immature appearance, he sat high above on Gu's shoulder and looked down at the people kneeling on the ground. He did not show any fear. Instead, his cold and lonely face was filled with a heroic spirit that made people not dare to look directly at him. Everyone remained kneeling as they waited for their masters to tell them to rise, but little Rui didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Gu Qishao simply treated everyone as heir. All of their attention was on Tang Li's family of 3. Gu carried Rui through the kneeling crowd and stood in front of Tang Li. He squatted down and asked suspiciously, "Tang Li, what are you doing?" Tang Li looked up and said seriously, "Salute." Gu Qishao placed little Rui in the main seat, then picked up little Tang Tang to sit on one side. Rui immediately jumped down from his seat and squatted in front of Tang Li, looking at him with his head tilted. Everyone was kneeling, but they secretly looked up at the Crown Prince, not understanding what he was doing. However, when Rui spoke, everyone was shocked. Rui asked curiously, "Royal Uncle, Imperial Father said you don't have to kneel to me." Royal Uncle. Not to mention the people below, even Tang Li and Ning Jing were calm. Although Royal Uncle was not a title or an official, it was just a form of address. However, the title of Royal Uncle was far more special than Imperial Uncle. In the words royal relatives were the relatives of the royal family, the emperor's in-laws. Imperial relatives were the emperor's external relatives, the family of the concubines. The imperial uncle was considered an external relative, but royal uncle was an internal relative, the closest relative. This identity was much more honorable than any title present. If Long Feiyi made Tang Li king, Bailey Yuanlong would definitely object and ask for a throne for his son. However, Rui called Tang Li royal uncle, so Bailey Yuanlong had nothing to say. Royal uncle was the purest form of address. If Rui wanted to call Tang Li royal uncle, this was Rui's business and the royal family's business. None of the kneeling people were related to the royal family. They were all outsiders, so who dared to say anything? Who had the right to say anything? If Bailey Yuanlong wanted to complain, he could only blame himself for not being related to the royal family. Long Fei's move had caught everyone by surprise, but none of them could oppose it. From today onwards, the Tang sect would be placed in a special position because of Tang Li's identity. The corners of Tang Li's mouth lifted, and he almost laughed out loud. His brother had put in a lot of effort. He had given him such a great benefit, and yet he had hidden it until now. He immediately pulled Ning Jing to her feet and sat back down in a dignified manner. "Io, Lord Bailey, Lord Xiao, the two of you are truly impressive. Both of you can see through His Majesty's intentions. His Majesty really didn't plan on leaving a seat for the royal uncle. Not to mention Bailey Yuanlong and Xiao Dong, Even Duke Qinggugong Shaoen's face was gloomy and very unhappy. Tang Li sat in the secondary seat as the royal uncle, so it was perfectly justified. With his status, Tang Li was much more spirited. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Crown Prince, it's time for the ministers to rise." Ruier had really forgotten about this matter. He wasn't used to it. Usually, when he met the people below, he would meet with his imperial father and imperial mother. When his imperial father and imperial mother told him to rise, he basically never did. Ruier returned to the main seat and said in a childish voice with a serious expression, imitating his imperial father, "All rise." "Thank you, Your Highness," everyone said in unison and stood up one after another. They just stood there, not daring to sit. Ruier was a little confused and looked at Tang Li. Tang Li was smug and cleared his throat again. "Ahem. Crown Prince, it's time for the ministers to be seated." Only then did Ruier understand. With a domineering attitude and a childish voice, he ordered loudly, "Everyone, sit down." Everyone was stunned. What was with the Crown Prince's attitude? Although they were dissatisfied, they had to cooperate. If it was normal for everyone to be seated, they would have said, "Thank you, Your Highness." However, the Crown Prince had given the order, so everyone could only nod. "Yes, Your Highness." Looking at the minister's helpless expressions, Ning Jing almost laughed out loud. She finally saw through it. This scene looked like child's play and even a little ridiculous, but in reality, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were letting Ruier take the ministers down a notch. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were reminding everyone, especially Bailey Yuanlong and Xiao Dong, that the imperial family's authority was not to be challenged, and their orders were not to be disobeyed. If Bailey Yuanlong and Xiao Dong didn't know how to restrain themselves, Long Feiyi wouldn't reason with them anymore. He wouldn't follow the rules, and would directly suppress them with his imperial power. Although Jiangnan couldn't fall into chaos right now, and although Bailey Yuanlong had a large number of troops, Long Feiyi just didn't want war to break out again. It wasn't because he was afraid, and it wasn't because he couldn't deal with them. Even an outsider like Ning Jing could see Long Feiyi's intention of letting Ruier go first, let alone the others present. After taking their seats, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Bailey Yuanlong and Xiaoan exchanged a few glances. Unfortunately, Bailey Yuanlong didn't quite understand Xiaoan's thoughts, and Xiaoan didn't know what Bailey Yuanlong was thinking either. It wasn't appropriate for them to speak openly in this place, and with the Crown Prince here, it was even more inappropriate for them to leave. Sitting behind Bailey Yuanlong, Bailey Lixiang saw her father and clan head Xiao exchanging flirtatious glances, but she didn't understand Xiao An's intentions either. After a while, she stepped forward and whispered, "Father, His Majesty must have sensed that we're in contact with the Xiao clan. As I see it, we should put off the matter with Northernly for now. Clan head Xiao should be thinking the same thing." Bailey Yuanlong would listen to his daughter. "But the matter of the birthday banquet is all the Empress's fault. This concerns the hearts of the people, we can't miss it," Bailey Lixiang whispered again. Bailey Yuanlong thought it made sense and nodded. "All right, we'll follow the original plan." At first, everyone was chatting in small groups, but once Gu and Ruier arrived, they couldn't speak carelessly. Gu Qishao never cared who was present. He carried Ruier and little Tang Tang over and had them sit on his left and right thighs, chuckling as he teased them. Now that Tang Li was the imperial uncle, he suddenly felt lonely at the top. With no one to provoke him, he was bored, so he brought over grapes and peeled them one by one, giving them to Ning Jing to eat. All the civil and military officials in the court looked at them quietly, no one daring to make a sound. If the Crown Prince was older, they could still flatter him. But he was only 1 year old. What could they flatter him for? They could only tease him. Who would dare? As for Tang Li, he just clashed with Bailey Yuanlong and the Xiao clan. Anyone who bumped into him now might end up as a punching bag. As for Gu, Even Bailey Yuanlong and clan head Xiao didn't dare speak to him. As a result, everyone could only wait and wait. There was still an hour before the banquet began. Finally, someone came to save everyone. This person was none other than the Grand Tutor and head of the Imperial Physician Courtyard, Gu Beiwei. Grand Tutor Gu has arrived. Upon hearing the eunuch's announcement, Rui immediately jumped down from Gu's lap and rushed out as fast as he could. Soon, everyone saw Gu Beiwei walk in. He was still the same, wearing snow-white robes and a calm and gentle expression. He was clearly a warm person, like the spring breeze in April, but after looking at him for a long time, he was like the lonely moon in the late autumn sky, high and far, unreachable. Rui hung on Gu Beiwei's back, rubbing his neck intimately. Bailey Yuanlong was convinced of Gu Beiwei's strength even though he was a descendant of the Shadow Clan. As for clan head Shaoan, who had opposed him in Medical City, he was not only convinced but also fearful. The two of them often thought how good it would be if Gu Beiwei wasn't a descendant of the Shadow Clan and wasn't Han Yunshi's subordinate. When Gu Beiwei arrived, the tense atmosphere disappeared. Most people stood up and bowed to Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei also politely returned the greeting. The Grand Tutor's rank wasn't high. Gu Beiwei bowed to those of a higher rank than him, and he was also very respectful to the four Guidukes. The four Guidukes all stood up and responded politely. Gu Beiwei had just arrived and hadn't rested for a day and night. As soon as he arrived, he heard that Gu and Rui had arrived first. He didn't even have time to see Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi. He didn't even have time to rest and changed his clothes before coming over. Gu and Tang Li were people who didn't mind making things worse. Moreover, Rui was such a young child. How could he not worry? Chapter 1241. As soon as they saw Gu Beiwei arrive, both Gu and Tang Li were delighted and rose to their feet to welcome him. Gu Beiwei was a smart man, so his lips curved into a smile at the sight of the 7 secondary seats. He knew exactly what was going on. Although his official rank wasn't low, he still carried Rui on his back and openly sat down by Gu's side. The position of Grand Tutor was a unique one. In different countries and dynasties, their statuses and responsibilities differed. Some Grand Tutors were equivalent to the Prime Minister of a country. As the teacher of the Emperor, they could even manage the court in his place when the Emperor was young. Some Grand Tutors simply taught the Crown Prince to read and understand, but weren't allowed to involve themselves in court matters. Still others had no real power and were nothing more than an empty title. For example, Tianning's Crown Prince Long Tianma's position of Grand Tutor was held by Tianning's Prime Minister. In truth, the Prime Minister didn't specifically assist the Crown Prince, but only occasionally gave him advice. The Grand Tutor of the Great Qin Empire was a 4th-rank official. Gu Beiwei not only taught the Crown Prince to read and understand, but was also allowed to teach him about politics. If Long Fei Yi promoted the Grand Tutor to a 1st-rank official position, heaven knows how busy Gu Beiwei would be. Would he be able to escape unscathed from the various factions in court? As a 4th-rank official, Gu Beiwei didn't have any real power. He could easily refuse anyone's attempts to form a clique and extricate himself from the complicated struggles between factions. From an outsider's standpoint, he could evaluate the high officials more objectively. He didn't have any real power, but his words to the Emperor now and the Crown Prince in the future carried a lot of weight. It was said that the words of a lowly man carried little weight, but Long Fei Yi did the exact opposite. He used this method of low position, little power, heavy words, to protect Gu Beiwei from being dragged down by the various factions. It also ensured that Gu Beiwei's advice to him and the Crown Prince would be more objective and impartial. Once the Crown Prince grew up, Gu Beiwei would be assisting Long Fei in teaching him how to judge court affairs. He'd have to judge everything from national policies to memorials. Gu Beiwei's standpoint and position would be crucial. Gu Beiwei was a 4th-rank official, but his position as the Crown Prince's teacher was special. No one present dared to express dissatisfaction with him, sitting in the second seat. When he saw Ruer hugging Gu Beiwe without letting go, Gu was filled with envy and jealousy. While Ruer wasn't paying attention, he suddenly carried Ruer down and let him sit in the main seat again. Ruer immediately glared at him fiercely. That gaze was exactly the same as the one Long Fei Yi used to glare at Gu. Gu Beiwe narrowed his eyes and looked over disdainfully, just like how he looked at Long Fei Yi. Gu Qishao and Ruer glared at each other until they were at odds. However, Gu Beiwe was shocked. He quickly carried Ruer back and whispered, "Ruer, you can't sit in the main seat in front of outsiders. It's a big taboo." Fortunately, the banquet hadn't started and Ruer was still too young. No one present noticed this. Ruer looked up and asked softly, "Why?" "You'll understand when you have brothers in the future," Gu Beiwe replied softly. "Just remember it. Grand Tutor will explain it to you in the future." Okay. Ruer was always so obedient in front of Grand Tutor. Gu Beiwe carried Ruer to the first seat below the main seat. He half knelt in front of Ruer and said softly, "Sit properly, Ruer. Ruer, remember, the seat on your father's right is yours. No matter what happens, unless your father agrees, you can't change your seat." Ruer nodded and asked again, "Why?" "Grand Tutor, where do you sit?" "Grand Tutor will tell you when you're older." Gu Beiwe thought for a moment and stretched out his pinky with his back to the crowd. "Ruer, Grand Tutor will promise you that as long as you don't change your seat, Grand Tutor will always sit behind you. I won't change my seat either, okay?" Ruer didn't hesitate to hook his pinky finger with Gu Beiwe's for a pinky promise. He said, "I want to make a promise with father too." Gu Beiwe smiled and almost reached out to rub Ruer's head. However, he didn't. He retreated to his seat and sat down properly. At this time, Shaoan retracted his gaze. He originally wanted to let the crown prince sit in the main seat for a while before making trouble. Who knew that Gu Beiwe would come at such a coincidence? In this kind of situation, the crown prince sitting in the main seat could be a big or small matter. If it was a small matter, it would be a child being immature. If it was a big matter, it would be the Empress and Grand Tutor's fault. Although Xiao Dong and Bailey Yuanlong were prepared to impeach Han Yunxi, Shaoan had a bad feeling about today's situation. He didn't know what Bailey Yuanlong meant when he kept winking at him just now. He pondered that he would have to remain indecisive and act according to the wind. The Crown Prince and Grand Tutor each took one seat. In addition to Gu, Tangli, and Ningjing, there were only 2 seats left. Little Tang Tang was different from Ruer. She was held in Tang Li's arms and didn't have a seat to herself. After Gu Beiwe took his seat, many officials started chatting with him. Everyone had endless things to say to Gu Beiwe. It wasn't that they had topics to talk about with Gu Beiwe, but that they had many questions to ask Gu Beiwe. Chatting was two-sided, while asking for advice was one-sided. In terms of real chatting, only Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi had enough brainpower to chat with Gu Beiwe. The atmosphere in the hall finally improved. Everyone wasn't so bored anymore. At first, Gu Qishao listened on the side, but soon grew bored. The questions these officials asked were all things he didn't understand and wasn't interested in. He wanted to tease Ruer, but Ruer ignored him. Ruer listened attentively to every word Gu Beiwe said. Although he didn't understand most of it, he liked listening to Grand Tutor speak. Apart from Imperial Father and Imperial Mother, Grand Tutor's voice was the best. Finally, the bored Gu got angry. Seeing that one of the officials was about to speak, he snatched the chance to pull Gu Beiwe over and whispered in his ear, "Your Excellency Gu, did you receive your lordship's wedding gift?" Seeing this, the people below didn't dare to interrupt and could only wait. "I have received it." Gu Beiwe was very calm. "Have you seen it?" Gu asked again. "I saw the cover." Gu Beiwe didn't blush and his heartbeat didn't accelerate. He answered honestly. Gu Qishao purposely glanced at him before he chuckled. "Do you like it?" Gu Beiwe also smiled. "Thank you for the gift." Gu looked deeply at Gu Beiwe. his face full of suspicion. This guy was such a gentleman, gentle and refined. How could he talk about that without blushing? Gu Beiwe, I heard that Qin Min got pregnant not long after you got married? You're really something. Gu smiled ambiguously, but Gu Beiwe replied seriously, I know a thing or two about obstetrics. Qin Min is very familiar with it. Gu spat out the tea in his mouth. Fortunately, it didn't spray on Gu Beiwe. What an obstetrics thing. No wonder Gu Beiwe was so calm. He actually attributed that thing to obstetrics. Gu looked at Gu Beiwe without moving. After a while, he rolled his eyes at Gu Beiwe. You medical nerd. Gu Beiwe said seriously, Seventh young master, you can ask me if there's anything you don't understand in the future. Gu was dispirited and didn't want to talk to Gu Beiwe at all. Boring. Gu Beiwe sat back down with his head lowered. She bit her lip and smiled unconsciously, feeling a little embarrassed. Unfortunately, it was only for a short while and Gu didn't notice. Grand Tutor Gu, where's your Qin Min? Is she here with you? Is she in the residence? Tang Li asked. Tang Li was the imperial uncle, so Ning Jing was also a relative of the imperial family. Naturally, she had the right to be seated. However, Qin Min was only Gu Beiwe's family member and didn't have the right to be invited. He didn't want to seek treatment for Ning Jing. He really didn't care how many children Ning Jing could give him. Moreover, his sister-in-law had already asked Qin Min about Ning Jing's condition, and Qin Min had also determined that it was incurable. Tang Li only wanted to see what Qin Min looked like. Gu Beiwe's taste was almost on par with his elder brother's. Qin Min should be an unusual woman no matter what. Is Madame Min feeling better? Ning Jing also asked. Not very well. She's still recuperating in Jiangnan. Time is too tight, and I can't bear to see her rushing about, Gu Beiwe replied indifferently. Is there anything wrong? Ning Jing was a little puzzled. She had been pregnant before, so she knew a lot about the situation. Gu Beiwe and Qin Min were both doctors. How could they not be able to deal with a small pregnancy reaction? It's nothing serious. She's just afraid of the cold. Gu Beiwe quickly changed the topic and chatted with the ministers below. The four Guogong, several first-rank officials, and generals were all very quiet. No one took the initiative to chat with Gu Beiwe. They were all trying to figure out who would take the remaining 2 seats. No matter how they thought about it, there were no imperial relatives in the imperial family, and no one in the imperial court was qualified to take a seat. These seats weren't randomly placed. No one could figure out the emperor's intentions. Many people even guessed that the emperor might confer 2 Junwang titles during the crown prince's birthday banquet. Finally, the eunuch outside the door shouted again. This time, the main characters had arrived. Your Majesty, Her Imperial Highness the Empress has arrived. Everyone stood up nervously and walked out of their seats to kneel in greeting. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi both wore purple luxurious clothes. Even in this kind of occasion, Long Feiyi didn't forget to hold Han Yunxi's hand and intertwine their fingers. After the 2 of them took their seats, Long Feiyi said, My beloved subjects, rise and take your seats. Everyone stood up and took their seat. The hall became even quieter. Everyone was waiting for Long Feiyi to ask the eunuch at the side if everyone had arrived. However, Long Feiyi didn't ask. He left the 2 secondary seats empty and turned to ask Eunuch Li, Prepare to start the banquet. We think everyone should be hungry. Yes. Eunuch Li respectfully retreated. Not long after, 2 groups of palace maids filed out from the left and right sides of the main hall. Each of the palace maids held a tray of food. On the tray were very exquisite porcelain dishes. The dishes were covered and the dishes couldn't be seen. However, just by looking at these dishes, it was enough to see how sumptuous today's banquet was. At this time, the Bailey father and daughter sneered. They couldn't wait for today's banquet to be more sumptuous. Chapter 1242. One by one, the palace maids filed out, serving delicacies and fine wine to every guest present. All the palace maids were dressed in the same festive colors. They had clearly been trained, their footsteps light as if they were dancing. The procession seemed to have been quietly rehearsed, one in and one out. The speed was balanced, elegant and orderly. The originally undecorated hall became lively and festive because of the dance of the palace maids. Long Fei-yi and Han Yunshi sat high up in the main seat. Long Fei-yi, who always had a cold and solemn expression, had a faint smile on his lips. He should be in an extremely good mood. Han Yunshi was actually not a person who liked to smile, but ever since she became the empress, she basically wore a harmless smile when she appeared in public. How many people in the court wanted to see her cry, so how could she not smile? At this moment, Han Yunshi's smile was very bright. Looking at the palace maids coming in and out, watching the empty tables gradually being filled with large and small tableware, she became more and more satisfied. She turned back to look at Gu and asked with a smile, "Prince Yu, how is this place? This empress has carefully prepared for several days, and also spent a lot." When Han Yunshi said this, all the officials looked over. Almost everyone thought that the empress would say, "spent a lot of money." However, Han Yunshi said, "also spent a lot of effort." Ah, good. Excellent. Gu Qishao replied as he clapped. If this place was prepared by someone else, he would definitely dislike it for not being grand enough, lively enough, or gorgeous enough. However, as long as it was prepared by Poison Lass, it was the best in the world. "Imperial Uncle Li, what do you think?" Han Yunshi asked again. "No one can match the Empress's taste," Tang Li said with a smile. "Of course, how can the Crown Prince's first birthday banquet be shabby?" Han Yunshi pretended to be proud. Not to mention Bailey Yuanlong and the Shao family, even the other two dukes, as well as those officials who had always respected the Empress and supported the Crown Prince, were dissatisfied. The herdsmen of Northernly were still in dire straits. There was not much food in the national treasury that could be used for disaster relief. The common people spontaneously organized disaster relief. Han Yunshi was the mother of the country and the birth mother of the Crown Prince. How could she hold such a lively banquet at this critical juncture? Of course, everyone was angry in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything. Seeing the Empress look towards Gu Beiwei, everyone became expectant and waited for the Empress to ask Grand Tutor Gu. Everyone hoped that the Grand Tutor could speak out their grievances and persuade the Empress, or even the Emperor, who spoiled the Empress too much. Bailey Yuanlong's old face was gloomy and his heart was filled with anger. If it weren't for his daughter's constant persuasion, he would have stood up to denounce Han Yunshi as soon as she arrived. At this moment, he stared coldly at Gu Beiwei. He wanted to see how Gu Beiwei would evaluate this banquet. He was waiting. If Gu Beiwei objected to the Empress's actions, he would immediately stand up and agree. Bailey Lixiang was puzzled. She thought the Emperor had listened to Han Yunshi's pillow talk and agreed to hold this banquet. Could it be that Gu Beiwei had been bewitched by Han Yunshi as well? With Gu Beiwei's personality and style, he should have stopped the Emperor and Empress long before the banquet began. Bailey Lixiang waited patiently, not forgetting to secretly tug on her father's robes to remind him to stay calm and observe the situation. There was still something fishy about this situation. She had to be on guard against Han Yunshi setting up a trap for them. After all, Han Yunshi had cheated quite a bit of grain for the people of the disaster areas during the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Everyone was waiting for Han Yunshi to ask Grand Tutor Gu, but Han Yunshi only stared at Gu Beiwei for a long while before turning to look down at the crowd below without saying a word. This time, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. The people sitting in the first row to the left and right were ranked in descending order of status. The 4 Guogong dukes, 3 generals, and the ministers of the other 5 ministries besides the Ministry of War were all seated in the first row. Almost all of them had brought their wives with them, who sat with them on the side. Bailey Yuanlong was an exception. His first wife had long passed away. Sitting next to him was Bailey Qiu, who had been conferred the title of general. Behind him sat his eldest daughter, Bailey Lixiang, while behind Bailey Qiyu sat his wife. Han Yunxi's attention fell on Bailey Yuanlong and his family. Of the 10 empty red envelopes she'd given out, 3 were for the Bailey clan. Although the Guogong Duchess of the Bailey clan had passed away, Han Yunxi still prepared red envelopes for them. She'd sincerely wanted to give them this red envelope. Rather than saying it was out of respect and remembrance for the Duchess, it was more of a show of respect for the Bailey clan. This was a special treatment. To put it bluntly, she was telling the other 3 Guogong duchesses that the Bailey clan was different from them. However, Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Lixiang didn't understand Han Yunxi's meaning. Their resentment only grew when they realized that the red envelopes they'd received were empty. There were also 2 red envelopes. One was for the general's wife behind Bailey Qiyu, while the other was for Bailey Lixiang. Bailey Lixiang had performed meritorious service in Northern Li as a spy, so she'd been conferred the title of first-rank madam. Bailey Lixiang's title of first-rank madam was another special treatment the imperial family had bestowed upon the Bailey clan. A first-rank madam was the highest rank among the titled madams, so they received the best treatment. Madams of the first rank were usually the mothers or wives of high-ranking officials. Bailey Lixiang was the noble consort of the Northern Dynasty's emperors, so she couldn't accept such a title at all. Long Feiyi could make her a princess or give her a large reward, but Long Feiyi had made an exception to show his special treatment of the Bailey clan. When the country was first founded, the south was strong while the north and west were filled with all sorts of unstable elements. Long Feiyi could use his power, military might, and iron-blooded policies to suppress them. But Cloud Realm Continent still needed at least 3 more years to settle down before they could start rebuilding. The commoners would need at least 5 or 6 years to live a peaceful life. It'd take at least 10 or 20 years for them to prosper and prosper. Long Feiyi didn't want to waste any more time. It wasn't just his time, but the people of Cloud Realm Continent. He'd spent countless days deliberating before bestowing the titles of Duke and Prime Minister. More than that, he'd spent countless nights talking with Gu Beiwei and a few of his trusted aides. In the end, they decided to wrong the Bailey clan and choose 4 clan heads from the south, west, and north to share the title of Guogong with Bailey Yuanlong. This way, the Bailey clan wouldn't be given too high of a title or salary, but would be able to highlight the status of the other 3 clans. At the very least, the other 3 clans would accept it wholeheartedly. Long Feiyi didn't tell Bailey Yuanlong the reason, because he'd wronged the Bailey clan while giving the man a test. After all, the man had disappointed him before. The result was regrettable. Even now, Bailey Yuanlong still didn't understand the special treatment he and Han Yunxi were giving him. He even colluded with the southern generals. Han Yunxi recovered from her thoughts with a smile on her face. Her gaze rested on Bailey Lixiang. That's Lixiang, right? Bailey Lixiang quickly rose to her feet. This subject's daughter, Bailey Lixiang, greets esteemed empress. Han Yunxi sized her up. She'd never seen Bailey Lixiang before, so today was the first time. It had to be said that Bailey Lixiang was much more beautiful than Bailey Mingxiang. Even at her age, she was still beautiful. But Han Yunxi could tell at a glance the difference between her and Bailey Mingxiang. Bailey Lixiang didn't have the kindness of Bailey Mingxiang, but lacked the ruthlessness of Bailey Mingxiang. Han Yunxi had seen Bailey Yuanlong's temper and brain many times. She'd always discussed with Long Feiyi how he'd become a completely different person in the past year. Why was he so much calmer and shrewder than before? Moreover, his collusion with the Southern Army was done in a rather secretive manner. They still couldn't find anything to use against him. All of this had happened after Bailey Lixiang's return. How could Han Yunxi not suspect her? Lixiang, you're very knowledgeable. You should have seen banquets even bigger than this one. Tell me, this banquet held for the Crown Prince's first birthday isn't a disgrace to him, is it? Han Yunxi said with a smile. Bailey Lixiang was indeed very knowledgeable. She'd wanted to wait a bit, but since Han Yunxi had given her the chance, she didn't mind explaining to everyone how much Han Yunxi had spent on today's banquet. So far, Han Yunxi's biggest expenditure had been on the tableware in front of everyone. Yes, this subject obeys. Bailey Mingxiang nodded and said seriously, the banquet today looked simple, but there was a lot of thought put into it. It's clear to see esteemed Empress's intentions. This subject will talk about the tableware. Han Yunxi smiled and indicated for Bailey Lixiang to continue. The tableware used by His Majesty and esteemed Empress is the rarely seen glittering jewel rainbow dragon and phoenix porcelain. The entire set is divided into dragon and phoenix porcelain, with 69 pieces each, Bailey Lixiang said loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, many people present revealed looks of shock. Glittering jewel rainbow dragon and phoenix porcelain. They'd all heard of the name before, but almost no one had seen the real thing. So these two treasures were in the imperial family. Guogong Shaoan gave Bailey Lixiang a look of admiration. He'd had his suspicions when he saw the Emperor and Empress's tableware, but the tableware hadn't been fully arranged yet. There were only about 10 pieces, so he couldn't be sure. As expected, Bailey Lixiang's knowledge and eyesight were excellent. Han Yunxi clapped her hands happily. It's rare to see someone who can tell, he. Although everyone was shocked, it was only shock. After all, the Emperor and Empress had the right to enjoy tableware of this standard. But Han Yunxi's next words immediately displeased everyone. Han Yunxi said, today, we'll let everyone bask in the Crown Prince's glory and broaden their horizons. Later, the entire set of glittering jewel rainbow porcelain will be displayed. The entire set of glittering jewel rainbow dragon and phoenix porcelain would be displayed. That meant 69 tableware of all sizes, bowls, plates, pots, spoons, chopsticks, plates, spoons, and so on. Everything would be used. Looking at it this way, how many types of delicacies would there be tonight? In Northernly, the soldiers were starving as they sent disaster relief. The herdsmen were starving as they sought refuge from the cold. Han Yunxi, as the Empress, actually spent so much money on a single meal? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Some of the more upright people had already started discussing. A trace of craftiness flitted past Bailey Lixiang's eyes as she said, the tableware used by Prince Yu and the rest is also not ordinary. Esteemed Empress is generous and bestowed everyone with tableware of great origin.